Huzzah!
I was going to say well met, but this time I'm going to say whoosh Zathi, because this is Dungeon Scrawlers, but this is not the Westgate Irregulars. This is the Call Contract Murders. So if you have come for some awkward romance, some murder, and a lot of crunchy Dragonborn lore, you are in the right place. I'm Erin M. Evans. I will be DMing this adventure of nonsense. And before we get started, I'm really quick going to tell you about our sponsor. Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is a strategy game that unites iconic characters from novels, adventures, and popular shows into one epic, campaigns, into one epic adventure. It's early here a little bit. Including Frida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels novels, which this adventure is sort of like a spin-off of, let's say. The game is available for PC and Mac on Steam and web, Xbox One, PlayStation 4, Nintendo Switch, iPad, iPhone, and on all Android devices. You can get a gold chest code if you type in that command into chat. Let us know if you get anything shiny. And for more information, check out idlechampions.com. Also, one more thing, you probably know this if you're here, but this is part of our Extra Life Game Day campaign, 24 hours of gaming. We've already had an excellent, what we call Westgate Regulars B Team adventure with Eric, Scott to be, and then Steven just finished up a cool, that seemed nuts, the bit I thought.
It was pretty crazy.
But it does sound like you guys are having a lot of fun. The Carnivore's Dilemma. And now you guys are going to go through my Dragonborn dating game. Joining us, we have two generous donors, Megan and Ryan. You guys want to say hi?
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you again for your donations, and I hope you have a lot of fun.
We're happy to be here.
Absolutely.
All right, and then I'm going to kick it down to Rhiannon. You guys can introduce yourself real quick.
I'm Rhiannon Held. As one of the Westgate Irregulars, I'm an author. So I write urban fantasy under Rhiannon Held and then space opera under RZ Held. And one of the things you can unlock if you donate to me specifically for Extra Life is a new short story featuring the Westgate Irregulars and things of the donor's choice. So take a look at that.
Hello there, I'm Yang Yang Wang, a writer and a filmmaker. I'm a little sleepy, but I'm really excited to be playing the
night.
Yang Yang is also our incredible tech guy who's making all of this happen, all for 24 hours. So
yeah. I'm also super excited to be playing the Call Contract Murders, aka Dragonborn Dating,
and super caffeinated, no doubt. All right, and yeah.
It really baffles me that you have such small beverages. That little, I mean, it seems like you should have one of those tall boys. You know?
I tried. This is all I could find. Desperate times, man.
I'm Stephen Merlino, and I'm an author and a teacher.
I'm Randy Henderson, an author.
Okay. So going to go over some quick basics. Some of this is nerdy lore, and some of this is explaining how this game works. So all of you are young people from Tymanther. You are currently in the city of Djerad Kethendi, which is the second largest city in the Dragonborn Kingdom. It is on the Sea of Fallen Stars. You guys met each other serving in what is the Tymantheran army, the Lance Defenders.
Huzzah!
Yeah. So during the war with Unther. Now, this part gets out of what is sort of set by Wizards canon, but I'm saying the war with Unther is over. The Guild Games people have been driven north to Mesemprar. If you care, they're not going to be here. I'm going to say Guild Game's dead because I hate him. And maybe his head got chopped up and it's in a room in Jared's secret room in Jared's Mars.
Wow. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
Apparently for some people, everything I say about Dragonborn becomes canon, so that's for you folks.
I'm one of those people.
Current Vanquisher, if you care, who is sort of the sort of rotating benevolent tyrant of Tymanther, is Irjix Tilix Callan, who was elected as interim Vanquisher right before the war. In the middle of the war, everybody said, he's doing a good job. He got reelected. And let me see.
Huzzah for electing good leaders.
Yes. Oh, yes. This is the world where the good leaders defeat the tyrants. Yes. Even though it is sort of like an autocratic, it doesn't matter. Anyway. The one other thing for people who want to know Dragonborn lore, there is a new clan in Djerad Kethendi. It is, or sorry, in all of Tymanther. It is clan Kotar Ari Rilum. This is the clan made of Untheran refugees. The Kotar Ari Rilum means the slayers of demons, which harkens back to the first battle of the Tymanther and Unther War. So one of our characters is a Kotar Ari Rilum human. Your clan is a bunch of badasses, so. Now, what are we doing today? You guys are going to Djerad Kethendi because it is Ash Day, which is a big holiday. It celebrates the beginnings of the Viamniri, the Dragonborn, slaying the tyrant of tyrants in the old world. Yeah, just all the killing of tyrants. It's great. The other thing that tends to happen on Ash Day is that this is when elders start to go, okay, have you thought about getting married? Because for Dragonborn, getting married is important. It is all about producing legitimate children traditionally. So they're all kind of going, well, do you have an opinion? And they have sent you off to Ash Day to consider your options. So this is also getting to be a little bit of a bang fest for teenagers.
Ken,
Yes.
what about the humans?
You can also, it is also a bang fest for humans. But, but to be clear, Kotar Ari Rilum has adopted many of the Tymantheran traditions, but making you get married for like clan linkage reasons is not one. And maybe you wish it were. Maybe you're like, thank God, I have my own business.
One last thing that's going to be very important.
Yes.
Is there a human Dragonborn connection possibility?
Well, love is love. However, most people are going, I don't understand how that even works. So you have to, if you want to, you have to find someone who's into that.
All right. No.
There's one other thing that's a little odd here is that right now, on the whole, so traditionally, nobody cares what you do until you get married. You can hook up with whoever. Making connections with people is great. But when you get married, you find someone you can make eggs with, and you settle down and you do that. And then you can go do what you want. If you need to, you can go out adventuring and then come back and make more eggs. But for traditionally, that is what it's about. Now, here's the thing. There is a cultural shift going on because everybody around you gets married for love and things. And then your vanquisher went and did that. He married his boyfriend. And so now people are like, all this stuff we've been doing kind of on, implicitly and not discussing, maybe we could just do it because we want to. So now a column agreement can be, we're going to have eggs and this many eggs go to your clan and this many eggs go to my clan. Or it can be, hey, okay, we're going to split this sheep herd, or my cousin's eggs will go to your clan. Things are getting very interesting. So this is where you are coming of age and looking for love. As you guys play, there is a heart chart. Everybody watching can see this lovely chart up there. This shows you who you are succeeding with. So as you talk to the NPCs, you will figure out what they like and what they don't like. You will gain and lose hearts. If you get a certain number of hearts, they may ask you to go find a quiet quarter of catacombs.
Yeah.
And whoever you have the most hearts with, that's the person that's going to offer you a column agreement. Or that you want to go tell your parents because your parents can still technically shut it down.
So just so I'm context, just really quickly,
Yes.
how long since we, the Dragonborn, were brought here to Toril? Like, is it something in my memory, or is it my parents' memory, or my grandparents'
100
memory?
years. 100 years ago,
okay.
the Dragonborn were pulled from a beer to Toril.
Right.
And in the last 10 years, about 10 years ago, we'll say, the Untherans were pulled back. So 4 of you are Dragonborn. You'll get a chance to introduce yourselves in just a second. One of you is a human friend, that is Steven. And one of you is a tiefling friend, that is Yang Yang, which is good because you guys are going to need some help. Okay. You ready to go?
You mean they will need some help? We are superior.
Okay, so before you is the city bastion of Djerad Kethendi. You've all been here before. And while you come from families that are a little bit more spread out, this is sort of the nearest of the Djeradi, the big fortress cities, to a lot of the clan holds and the homesteads. This is like the first time you've come here without your elders, without your parents or your aunties or your uncles. They're obviously coming later because this is a big holiday, but they want you to go and enjoy yourself. Wink, wink. It is smaller than Djerad Kethendi. It is whitewashed, is bright in the sunlight. This is why they call this city the Pearl Fortress. And you guys are standing before it when one of the milestones for Extra Life unlocks.
Oh, nice.
Suddenly, you hear a booming voice shout out, "Henson, where is your orange friend?" And you look up, and there's this enormous Biamniri man striding towards you. His ochre scales are sort of silvering at the edges. And all of you, but most especially Henson, Ryan Brown down there,
Yes.
recognize this as Vithisa Thurgiesh Mehen, who is Henson's great uncle. He is also the call of the so if I use the word call, that means husband or wife. There's a non-gendered term for it in Dragonborn language. Draconic, that's the word for Dragonborn language. He's kind of terrifying. So he's the guy who married the Vanquisher. So he's striding towards you, and he spots Vandeth, and he points at you, and he says, "You!" Which is when you notice that he's leading along a much smaller, younger Dragonborn. Basically, but maybe she's more like 12. Who she is running to catch up with him. She has dark gray scales. She's wearing the piercings of the clan Linksaka Sendalor. And she's trying to like adjust this satchel, which has sticking out scrolls everywhere. And Mehen says, "There you are." Says, "There are 8,000 Kartoji hatchlings running around in this city, and apparently it's my job to track them all down." He pushes this girl towards Vandeth, and he says, "Here, your mother sent her." And this is, she sort of beams at you, and she says, "I'm Shesa. I think we met before, but I'm not sure. Didn't Mom send you a letter, right?"
Yes, she did. So just stay where I can see you and try not to get into trouble.
Did she tell you about my project?
Your project? No, what is your project?
So before she can answer, Mehen looks at all of you, and he turns to Henson. He's like, "Is one of these them? Is this one of the ones you're picking? Will you stand up straight? You're not a turtle. Stand up straight." He looks, okay. So Henson is probably a little shocked. He's a little intense.
Henson was a little bit confused.
Oh, sorry.
He wasn't really paying attention because he was eating some sausages that he had brought with him. He's usually eating when you meet Henson because I have an apron on and it always has grease and dirt on it.
Which Mehen also is like,
Sorry, what were you saying, great uncle?
he says, "Is it one of these them? Are you taking one of these up to the matriarch?"
I think so, yes.
Wait, which one? He thinks one of these people is the one you're going to make a call contract with.
I'll point to the first one I see. This one?
You are pointing at Halcyon, let's say, in your nerves. Yang, do you want to describe your character real quick?
Oh, sure. My character is Halcyon. He is a tall, slim tiefling assassin. He seems like he's much older than he actually is. He's seen some stuff in the wars. He is a rogue, and now he's currently working as an assassin, freelancing between the houses. And usually he does much dirtier work, but lately one of the houses has contacted him to procure his services for a most unique request.
Mehen looks you over. He kind of approves, but he says to Henson, he's like, "That is not going to fly." I'm just going to tell you right now.
I'm sorry, uncle.
He looks at all of you and he's like, "You don't have to do this. You can go be out in the world and make stupid decisions and wait until you're older, because getting your elders to listen to you is a pain in the ass. If I weren't busy, I would go yell at them for you. But and Chase is like, if you're busy, you could ask them to do it." And he kind of looks at her like, "What?" He says, "Actually, it's not the worst idea. While you guys are walking around, I have this to-do list that's insane. and some of it is really stupid, and I don't want to do it. So he asks you to do 3 things. And if you do these 3 things, what Mehen will do for you is speak to your elders for whatever you want. Which will translate to hearts on your heart chart. Or if at the end you're like, I don't want to do it, it will give you a chance to escape. But the 3 things he would like you to do is he is supposed to find this Janari prince that wandered off, was here for diplomatic things, and he has just gone off, just run away to go goof around. He needs to find him and tell him he has to come back to Djerad Kethendi, like now. He wants you to find someone named Kepesh Kmolik Kiara and give her a pouch of coins from her mother. And then he also says that, and this isn't one that he's annoyed by, but it is a thing he's just like, it's going to take a long time and he'd rather someone help him with it. His grandchildren are here enjoying the day. They're not in danger or anything, but they need to be told that they have to go up to the Ofinch Talagir enclave, not the Prexajandalin enclave. You will recognize them because there are 3 tieflings. One is a teenager, 2 are younger, and there will be a big dog.
So we need to tell them to go to the back on the what?
The Ofinch Talagir enclave.
The Ofinch Talagir. Okay.
You guys,
Man,
if you
Aaron,
don't.
I just want to say I'm so impressed with your pronunciation, like your fast, fluid pronunciation of all
I might
this.
have had a lot of practice. And that's the thing too. If you guys have to pronounce any of these things, if you want to, and you don't do it, that's okay. You're not going to be punished for not knowing it. I assume all of your characters speak fluent Draconic.
Oh, of course.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So is this the tieflings that we're looking for to tell them to go to the, or is it okay?
And the dog.
And the dog. There will be.
I mean, assumably the dog, we don't have to tell the dog to go there. But...
So
okay. So
Van Death is just looking really like pouty at this point.
it's like you've got so much to do.
I was like, I was coming to the city, gonna have some fun, gonna explore, and then boom, get stuck with my younger sister, which normally would be fine. I'd like, get her into trouble or whatever, but right now I don't. And then now I've got a to-do list. Come on.
Very short. Man, next
Was this Ash Day or like Ass Day? Well, I mean, come on.
So Mahan goes off to finish whatever other things he does with one more reminder that you don't have to do this if you don't want to.
Mahan asked me to do something.
Yeah, right.
No.
Sorry, he means you don't have to get married if you don't want to. Mahan was slightly scandalous in his youth. You all know that. You don't necessarily know the whole story, but you know that elders are like, don't do that.
I know the whole story.
You get if you finished my book. You know what the hell's going on. Okay, so now you are left with Shaisa, and she is like, can you introduce me to your friends?
Is this introduce you to my friends? Oh, sure.
So if you would like to describe your character, Randy, this is an excellent time for that.
Sure. Van Death is a strapping young dragonborn with fine coppery scales and lovely ivory bones, 6 of them along his left ridges there. He's wearing chainmail, bearing a glaive. He's clearly seen some fighting. He's got a shield with the symbol of Enlil on it, for he is a paladin of Enlil, and the god who saved our city from the spell plague. And what? Oh yes, Shaisa, introduce you to my friends. Sure. I guess this is I don't know.
You point over. So Rihanna, would you like?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't hear that. So Para, she's got. I just looked it up. Let's see if I can open the thing. So silver skewers and the jaw frill. And she's pretty quiet, but her eyes are like everywhere. So she's definitely sort of like an observer. And you're thinking maybe like she's cataloging stuff in her head. And it doesn't look like she's judging. It's just like, okay, she's gathering this data. That looks cool. And when Mehen had the list of like stuff for them to do, like she sort of like snapped straight and like clearly like it was getting sort of like itemized somewhere in her head. So Rhiannon cannot pronounce any of that, but if you need a refresher on any of those items to their very details, Para is the one for you.
When you are introduced, Chesa looks at your piercings and goes, "Oh," and she goes, "I'm so sorry about your loss."
My loss?
Well, Kenjan Tolakor Patriarch died, didn't he?
Uh,
I mean, I know he did. I just kind of, I don't know why you don't know. You don't know because I didn't tell you. This is a shock for Farah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is not a thing you forgot.
Farah was like, wait, no, this is not a thing that I've, by the way. When did this happen?
I think it was just maybe 2 days ago. I heard they already buried him though. So maybe it was like a disease. Yeah, real fast. Anyway, what's your name? And she points to Fixiris. Am I saying it right?
Yes. So Fixiris is sort of a brassy doll dragonborn, and her older sister, Kishari, is that how you pronounce that?
Kashari, yeah.
Kashari is very, very popular. And so Iris has always lived in her shadow, and she mostly just wants to learn and read stuff. She's not very good at retaining any of that knowledge, but she really likes the process of getting that knowledge. So she is also probably just very observant of what's going on, and she spends a lot of time in like libraries and archives and stuff like that. So she's probably a little overwhelmed with everything that's happening right now.
Can everybody make me a percentile dice roll?
Center. I might have used up all my percentile luck last time.
95.
If anybody
51.
wants to go back and watch the episode of Westgate Irregulars where Randy rolled the most amazing percentile dice. So not right now, because we're doing this. Okay. Who got over 75?
90.
Okay. If you are into ladies, you and Kashari have kind of hooked up.
Oh.
You can
Yeah.
decide whether
She's
you feel that
very
way, but-
popular.
Very popular. Okay, so she gets an introduction to Halcyon, which we've already described Halcyon, so I will go ahead and say, and then Steven, would you like to describe your character?
Yes. This dude is handsome as sin. He's a warlock. He is a fiend pack warlock. He's exceedingly charismatic. He's a little bit happy-go-lucky. He doesn't take things very seriously, but he's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder for the underdog. So, yeah, but
Classic Steven character.
he's got one of those beards that is super precisely sort of sculpted into his face. Very, very fine beard, but you know, those just very narrow lines. This dude is a dandy. He's got, he looks good.
It goes very well with your gold clan piercings on your cartilage there.
He's got like the Hunger Games game master beard there.
So Shay
Yeah.
says, and now tells you, well, I am going to write a broadsheet story about Ash Day and Djerad Kethendi and what the landscape of Kalims look like now that everything is sort of opening up. It's very exciting. And then she looks at you all again. She goes, you don't have corsages on. Everybody is wearing them. How are they supposed to know if you're looking for a call if you don't have corsages? Kind of look out and see Dragonborn, you don't know, when they are wearing sort of like a little floral thing. She points in the direction of a bazaar that has been set up, and she says, I'm pretty sure you can get them over there.
Oh, right. Those are called, what are those called? Like booty, what are those called? Booties? So it's a booty call? Is that what?
I don't know, but I'll write it down.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, my brother is so smart. So you can move on from here. There is a bazaar that is set up on the green between the river and the city. The city itself is sort of ahead of you. Most of it is within a sort of a wall. They're high-walled city, whitewashed with like glazed brick. The roof of which is shaped into sort of 3 pyramidal structures. There is kind of off to the left what's called a chowkartel, which is like a kind of like it's considered a tea house, but only for warriors. But it's a bar. There is also close to the city's entrance a shrine, which is decorated with Dragonborn and black dogs and golden lightning bolts, and you know this is a shrine to Enlil. And then sort of further off, kind of near to the bazaar, there is a kind of an open field where you see a bunch of your age mates playing some sort of game.
Okay. And is this city like it's on the sea, so is it a trade city? There's a lot of diversity and okay, cool.
Well, those corsages sounded important, so
Yes.
that's what I'm gonna do.
Yes. corsage.
Okay.
What food is available around the place?
Well, so you head into the bazaar. There's a riot of sounds and scents. There are colorful stalls and tents all around. There are blankets with wares. There are some treats. There are some gifts. And there is a stall selling the aforementioned corsages. Some of the shops that you see, there is a large tent which has a painted sign draped that says "The Skull of Humbaba: Quality Jokes and Gags." There is a stall full of flowers that's called the Garden of Tymanther. There is another set of tables set up with a sign that says Orothane's Sweet Treats. There is a guy with a table that just says "We sell blades."
Straight to the point.
Rather ornate stall that says Chimnatus and Turan Fine Glassworks. You guys want to start with the corsages or something else catch your eye?
So we all know each other from the war, so we're like friends already.
You guys are friends. Yes, that is true. You are all friends with each other.
Well, I'm gonna ask if somebody wouldn't mind getting me a boutonniere while I go over and check out these sweet treats.
Okay.
I will.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I will do my best to get you the very best boutonniere.
If you guys want, oh no, I kept that one because you have to. You can make your own corsage, but they see you walk up and they go, and Tymanther, the woman running things, is kind of like, let me guess, Column looking for a yeah, okay. She sees Para and she says, "Oh, my condolences. I heard about Patriarch Bashir."
Well, but I have a duty today, so I'm going to put it out of my mind and carry on because I just found out.
I should mention she is a Shestanandeliath woman. She has a pair of chains going from her nostril to her ear frill. And she just looks at you for a second. She goes, "You're all adorable, I have to say. I remember when I made my calling. Well, mostly I remember seeing my parents make the arguments about, how many eggs. But anyway, let me make you some corsages. You can buy flowers for someone you might run into. You can design your own, or we can just do some more rolling of dice and get random things.
Ooh, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think.
Oh, go ahead.
I think Master Henson deserves the very best, and I want to look around to make sure that somebody else doesn't already have the very best. Because if they do, I'm gonna have to do something about it.
This is really good for me to have this type of a friend because I don't really care much about the dating scene or my physical appearance. For me, it's more about cooking and eating and drinking. So having somebody that cares about my appearance is really helpful.
Yes, I both care as a friend and because I'm being paid.
Okay. If you would like a corsage, they are 50 silver pieces. You can roll
About 40, and I give you a blessing from Enlil.
She kind of looks at, she's like, "Thank you, but I'm good." which underscores the sort of complex relationship that the Dragonborn have with their god.
I'm used to it.
Don't cheap out, Amanda. Don't.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misread that. It's only 5 silver pieces. She's not charging you that much. Okay, roll me a 20, a 10, and a 4.
Is that all of us, or?
Anybody who's getting a corsage.
Would you like to roll for me, Yang Yang?
If you would like,
Sure. I mean, are we sure that there's nobody around that has a really especially
They're
good
gonna
one?
steal or something.
she's gonna get it. She's, you know what? Here, for
I use up.
you slip her a couple extra silver. You can double roll all of those for Henson.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It will
That's
be
so
a little
useful.
ridiculous, but it's a good effort, I think. Okay, who's got a roll for me?
I so used up
All right.
all my luck in the last game. So I got a
So-
3, a 1, and a 2.
Okay, so in this case, it's just a list of things, so it just picks what you got. So fortunately, that doesn't matter. So she takes a bunch of white daisies. You said 3, a 1, and a 2. She ties a leather strap around it. It's very masculine. And then she attaches a charm that looks like a bronze arrowhead. Okay, and so this is meant to be sort of like attached to your upper arm. So she helps tie it on you. Who's got another one?
Arrows are the weapons of cowards. I'm not sure I like this.
All right. Para has an 8, 6, 1.
Okay, you get a little spray of purple hyacinth. She attaches an enamel dragon turtle that looks like the dragon turtle that patrols the harbor here, the Viveshnanari. It has like kind of mother of pearl on its shell. And what was the third one?
1.
A 1. And she laces a gray ribbon around it.
Oh.
You can swap for a lightning bolt if you make enough noise, Bandeth. You don't like
yeah, no arrows.
Okay.
I would spit on arrows, but that might, acid. So probably not a good idea.
All right, Fixiris.
I have a 15, a 1, and a 2.
Okay, so you have an arrangement of columbine. Then she takes the bronze arrowhead that Vandeth didn't want, and she attaches it onto yours with a decorated leather strap. All right, what is Henson getting?
An 11, a 9, and a 2.
Okay, so she kind of pauses. Did you double roll? Did you want to double roll?
Yeah,
Or
oh,
just-
absolutely. Nothing is
Okay,
too
so
good.
she
for
pulls
my-
out this flower that you know is called lozi. It is pale yellow. It smells like almond and soap. And she kind of looks at you like this. And then you give her another note. Give me another number for the 20.
Yeah, so how about a 10?
A 10. She pulls out a different flower, Tofira, which is rust red, 5 petals. It smells like cinnamon and rain. And she kind of weaves these together. Give me your 2 10s.
It is going to be a 6 and a 9.
Okay. She puts another enamel dragon turtle on. And then she pulls out this sort of bit of filigree, like gold, like kind of fringiness, and winds that around. And then just 1 for the tie off, because 2 is
2.
excessive. A 2. Okay, so this one also gets a very masculine leather strap. It is enormous. It is
Okay.
like those Texas corsages. For that. It's a
Oh.
little like that. Like
I-
one's gonna miss this.
Henson will love this.
So,
Just one thing. Is there something here that smells more like a treat or some sort of earthly delight?
oh,
He seems
yes.
to really fancy those.
She okay. So she
Almonds.
stops for a second. She's like, challenge. She pulls out
You just eat
this
it though.
flower. This it's kind of cream colored. It's sort of got lots of curled petals. I'm sorry, it's not even that early, and I'm tired. It smells like berries, and she ties that into the middle of it. Eh?
Oh, an excellent choice. Most perfect. Here is
Okay.
4 times the amount that you asked for.
Wonderful.
I just ask
So
that
glad
you
for
sell
you.
nobody else a boutonniere as amazing as this.
I don't think I could if I tried.
I will know if you do, and there will be a reckoning. Mark my
She
words.
kind of looks at you and she's like, okay. She believes you very much.
Whoa.
I walk away to him
Kur-
and
Kurum?
find Henson.
What?
I'm just curious. you just got him a boutonniere that smells like cranberries, cinnamon, almond. Is this a sort of, are you trying to attract a hungry person?
And
He
that might be
smells-
Henson's like.
I suspect
Yeah.
there might be attracting dogs and wolves.
Are
Anyone
you
I'm gonna
criticizing?
marry has some of my cooking, so they have to be a hungry wench.
Yes. Do you dare criticize my master and friend? More friend than master?
Do you say that he is less my friend than yours? I only point out the obvious, that very trait that we love so much about him, which is his immaculate sense of cuisine, and I approve heartily. I just wanted to make sure that you're making him smell a bit like a turkey stuffing.
I thought of it as more of a baked good.
I see what you're going for. It's a bit of a savory baked good, if I may say so, but all's well.
While you guys are talking, and while your friends are getting their corsages tied on, Halcyon and Kurum, you hear a shout that kind of pulls your attention away from the flowers. You can kind of see between the stalls and behind them, there's a Dragonborn man and a woman, and they're arguing with each other. You can make out the woman has enamel primroses on her plumes, which is the clan piercing of Prexagandalin. And the man has sort of a glint of copper on his cheek, which looks much like Shay says. That is Linksaka Sendalore. And she says, "You keep your voice down. You don't know what you're talking about. You're imagining things." And he says, "You and I both know that you found something in there. And you and I both know that you don't just throw a body down in the catacombs like that if someone just like, oh, died." And she goes, "You just leave this alone." And then you see her bend down and she picks up this cat and kind of looks at it for a second. You know, this is a big city. There are animals around. So this shows this cat. It's a tabby cat, and she kind of like puts it back down. And the man says, "I think I figured it out." And she says, "Then you have one up on me. I have no idea what Bashir was doing. I don't know what he took." And he calls her a liar. And then he says, "I think Lahar knows." And then she says, "And I think we should both shut up."
How far away are they?
They are on the other side of the stalls, so it's probably about 15 feet with a bunch of stuff in the way.
I'm going to use my Eldritch Sight.
Mhm.
Is that cat magical?
No.
Hmm.
That is just a cat. She also seemed to be disappointed in the cat.
I have to say, like, if you're going to throw a body in a catacombs with somebody, make sure they're not someone you're going to have a fight with afterwards. It's just, you know, they need to have your back.
You do notice using your Eldritch Sight that there is like something magical in her pocket.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Is it something easily? I'm not stirred that could do this.
But you're still Sturge on the inside.
I have zero skill at stealth. Well, I have a little bit. I really would like to extract that. But that would look rude, wouldn't it?
You might find her
Hallison
again.
says, Kurum, are you going to deal with this, or shall I? I would
Please.
rather help the master / friend.
This is a busy place. It's noisy. If I did a mage hand to try to extract the thing from her pocket, she might not notice.
In the time you guys have been talking, they have kind of hurried on,
Ah, right.
unfortunately. But you can probably guess that those are not the last you're going to see of those people.
No.
Are you going to tell any of the rest of us?
Yes, of course.
One thing that I think both of you know, because you are friends, is that Bashir is the name of Para's patriarch, the leader of her clan, who you have recently discovered.
And that body down the catacombs, maybe.
Okay.
Para,
Sorry.
do I know who the people referred to are? Lahar? No, sorry. You can't read my own writing.
Lahar is right, yeah.
Lahar.
Lahar and Bashir.
You know that's a man's name. you maybe, what is that? Insight?
Okay.
It's a good roll for, do you remember a thing that your friend said once?
Just the intelligence check.
Make an intelligence check.
Okay. Not good. 6.
I don't know.
Mm.
The guy. Doesn't sound like he's someone they like.
Hmm.
While this is going on, Henson, you hit up Orathane's sweet treats. Now the price list for this is in the folder that I sent you guys. There is an array of delicious items of buns and pastries. There is also, just for a little crunchy Dragonborn nonsense, parathai, which is a stuffed flatbread. If you have ever eaten paratha, is kind of like.
Ooh, I'm also going to attempt to display this on our other display.
You guys, yeah, you can show it to people. It's not that interesting, but I guess it's kind of interesting. It's
I'm gonna like say, oh, Shesa, look at all those nice sweet treats over there.
buying me something.
I give her a couple of gold pieces and say, yes, you should go and get some sweet treats. I'm going to distract her with that. And I'm gonna...
Vandeth, I'm going to point out that nothing on this is more than, it's all in copper pieces.
Yeah, exactly. That'll keep her busy for a while.
Cool. Okay.
Maybe
so
she'll like
go
sneak off to buy a dress or something. And I'm going to head over towards the Temple of Enlil.
Vandeth, do you want her to get sick from eating too much?
She only how often does she get into the city and gets away from her parents? It's good for a young Dragonborn to explore and learn their limits.
Maybe not buy all of the sweets with that gold, just a little.
Just a little. Just some. Like,
I would
got
like
an armful of she's stuffing almond buns in her satchel.
I just kind of want to give the shopkeeper the shopkeeper a gold piece and tell her that I'd like kind of to sample all of them and let her tell me what to try. I want to try all her wares and also let her try some of the food that I carry with me. As a cook, I have a bag with pastries and stuff in it where
you guys
I
are bonding.
Yeah. I'd love that. We'll talk about our cooking techniques and stuff. I'm in the war. I became friends with the cook of the camp and enjoyed cooking for the Dragonborn and bringing them joy in that way. So finding this lady, I'm very interested in the things that she makes and how I can recreate them and give them to other people.
Once you give her one of your sausages, she specifically gives you her sausage roll, which is a mutton sausage.
This is lovely.
If you guys, in all of these places, if you know that it might be a good idea, and if not to buy things for the purpose of giving presents to people you might be interested in, but to know where they are so you can jump back and buy a present. And if you decide you wish you'd bought something, we can just say you ran back and did it really quick.
Excellent.
So Allison wants to observe this from afar, and he's going to stare at this female shopkeep and then study her for weaknesses, just in case she's an enemy of Henson.
She's an older lady. She's also Shostan Deliath. You get the impression, the way that she and Tamiris are talking to each other, that they are sisters. She's definitely not trying to make a move on your boy.
Okay, but if she were an enemy, where would I strike her to kill her fastest? What is her weak point?
Well, like a lot of Dragonborn, she is wearing some armor, but it isn't all of it. So probably this region is the safest place to go. It's not covered at all. Quick strike to the head. That might be quick, might knock her down. And behind the knees is always a good place to hit. Get them down fast.
Okay, I make a note of those two spots just in case.
Okay, so if you are still in the bazaar, there is still the glassware shop. There is the Skull of Humbaba, jokes and gags. And we sell blades if you want to hit any of those places.
Well, so Krum, did you tell Farah about
true. Did you get
Bashir?
that?
He's going to ask her. He doesn't know if he wants to upset her on this important day, but he's first going to ask her, who is, I'm sorry, what's the clan for Farah?
Engen Telecor.
And neither one of the ones that neither Bashir nor Lahar are of that clan?
You know Bashir he was the patriarch. He was the guy in charge.
The one who died.
The one who's dead.
Ah.
And you don't know who Lahar is. You just know that's a man's name.
Do you, Para, do you know who this Lahar is? Who Lahar is?
You do know who Lahar is. Lahar is Bashir's son. He is your second cousin twice removed, you think. But he is in line to inherit the patriarch's seat.
Mm.
He's a little young, but nobody kind of expected Bashir to die so fast. So,
I mean, I guess he's gonna be the patriarch now. I'm not thinking about that.
Right. Just out of curiosity, did you notice the two people arguing?
No, I got a corsage.
That's lovely.
Thank you.
Good to- right. Don't want to bother. But good to know those names. It's good to know. He's going to go over to share some thoughts with Halcyon. Say, Halcyon, old boy.
Yes, Kurum?
You did hear the argument, did you not?
I did.
Right. Did you catch the names?
I did.
Do you know who they are?
I
Just to minimize the amount of explaining I have to do.
do,
that's
yes.
fair.
Ah, good. So the way I think I heard it, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a body in the catacomb.
Mhm.
Bashir, the recently deceased, took something. I didn't catch what. And Lahar, his son, knew about it. What did he take? I missed that part. I missed that.
In my own mental notes, I have written down what did he take as well. It is a mystery to me. Can I roll? Can I roll an intelligence check to see if I remember any differently?
You can, but I will tell you they did not say.
Yeah. Okay.
So you can remember this conversation perfectly, and they very much avoided saying what was taken. The man seemed to want to talk about it, and the woman seemed to want to shut it down.
Interesting. I wonder if it was the body that was taken, or if Bashir's body was the one being referred to in the catacombs. Anyway, right. Let's keep that under our hats. And then he's going to turn to Ixaris and say, that corsage looks fabulous with your dull, brassy skin.
Fixiris is a little nervous that someone is addressing her directly and gets a little flustered. It's just like, oh, yes, thank you. I'm sure that, Kashari has a better one, but thanks.
You know what? I think your sister's overrated. Don't tell anyone. Don't want to be on her bad list. But I think you are a bright star.
Oh, thank you.
I think you're going to do just fine.
She's do Dragonborn blush? She's blushing if Dragonborn blush.
Let's say they blush. I'm not sure how it works, but the
Somehow.
wizard did it, so I feel
Magic.
yeah.
And then he's going
now.
to relieve her of the awkwardness and find something else to catch his attention and say, oh, I'll take one of those. In fact, he wants to go to the joke store and just say, I'll take 3 of your best. He's not even.
You guys gonna go with him to the joke shop? Okay. So this is a particularly large tent. Its sign is hung with a fearsome face that looks like it's either a human or a lion, and or maybe whoever did it hadn't seen a human or hadn't seen a lion. It's kind of something in the middle. There is a Kota Arila man standing in front of the tent, his gold earrings, winking in the sunlight. And he says, welcome, welcome! Delight your friends, confuse your rivals, celebrate Ash Day! He sees you walking, he's like, come on! And brings you, he beckons you into the tent. There is a lot of stuff here. And there is a young Dragonborn man examining some of it closely. The human introduces himself as Ziasudra. He's very excited for Ash Day. Says, I'm sure, young man, about Humbaba. But the rest of you, I will tell. Humbaba was a terrible giant demon who was brought down by 2 ancestors of old by tricking him into accepting 7 gifts. But the gifts were actually tricks. So we gave him shoes that were so tiny they broke his feet. We gave him flour that was actually powdered salt to dry his mouth. We gave him the sister of the hero Imesh, which was actually a bundle of thorn sticks because this was not a smart demon. But to celebrate the defeat of the demon, the old Untherans would play tricks on each other. And Ash Day is the celebration of overthrowing a terrible being that wants to rule you. And so is the Humbaba's defeat the same. So this is the tradition I am bringing to Tymanther. Pranks for Ash Day. Shaysa looks at the sign and says, this name is weird. It sounds like he's going to give us booze because it sounds like a chow cartel. Almond buns. The guy looking at stuff looks up at you, and you recognize this as Chesh, who is someone you were in Lance Defenders with.
Ooh. Special boy.
Oh yeah. Well, so Chesh is. Sorry, he's got orange scales. He's got dark eyes. He's a little bit of an oddball because he's wearing Prexajandalin's piercings. You know that is the clan he is aligned with. He is Prexajandalin Chesh. But he's also got the jade rings in his neck for Ofinshtalagir. He's wearing both his parents' piercings, which is kind of odd because usually your egg gets assigned to one clan or the other, and then that's where you grow up. He sees you and he's like, hey guys! Ash Day! Also wearing a corsage. It is like a chrysanthemum that's like the size of a dragon egg, but it is not as impressive as Henson's. He looks at that, he's like, nice look.
I'm carrying a series of sausage rolls that I took with me, and I tell him, you have to try one of these and give them
Awesome! So he takes a sausage roll. He's like, this is all amazing, and I don't know what to pick. Have you guys seen anybody? You been looking for anybody?
Have you seen Hiroshima around?
Hiroshima? No, but I would guess he's probably. I think I saw him go off. To the Chow Cartel. That was it. I think he might have been following Radia. I think he might be into her. She shot him down. Like, she was savage, guys. Like, poor bro. He is so smart. He is just the nerdiest. But if you need to know weird history stuff, that guy is really handy. Yeah. You all know Chesh well enough to know that Chesh is an inveterate gossip. As he has just demonstrated.
Hey, Chesh, any new tattoos lately? She's not actually like, she's just sort of, an itch in the vicinity of her chest.
So Chesh, it's like, not cool, man. He's a little embarrassed.
Well, your call, she's gonna see it. I mean, right?
Just turning bright red, and he kind of turns and grabs something off of the table. He's like, how much is this one? So if we want to put up or look at the list of items from the Skull of Humbaba that is also in your set, he is holding up a portable stinking cloud, actually.
Drop that.
Like now?
No!
Zio super grabs his wrist. He's like, not here, my friend. Chesh is going to go ahead and buy that.
So I'm going to elbow Kurum, and I'm going to say, hey, wasn't there a cat with those two strangers? Perhaps a kitty magnet here would help you find this cat.
Great idea.
Cyrus actually has the kitty magnet in her hand because she's drawn to cats, but I don't know that she knows what it is at this point. So she's just holding it like, oh, you mean this thing?
Anything you pick up, Zio Sutra is like ready to tell you all about.
What is this?
Oh, I call that the kitty magnet. You smash it, and it makes you irresistibly attractive to cats. Like, any cats will swarm you for like about a minute. before it wears off.
Oh, a minute.
Very funny. That's
What's
like,
funny
oh,
about
one of
that?
those too.
I mean, it
Cats.
sounds good.
Me,
I just want that anyway, but okay.
you're Michelle
So,
Pfeiffer. It gives you powers.
Hey, Chesh. I'm sorry. I didn't. But I just wondered if you knew like of any of the guys around, if any of them are like really, really good at magic.
Really
You know, because you got to be
magic.
like choosy about these things. So
Huh. Oh, I don't know. Well, so like, he's thinking, he's like, this is not the juicy gossip Chesh is usually absorbing. But he's like, I think, well, okay. So I heard there's this new guy around. I don't know. Maybe Henson knows him because he's got a versus a Thurgiash. But I heard he got chased out of Westgate by vampires. That seems like somebody who'd be good at magic.
wow. Okay. Yeah.
But I mean, most of the guys in our group anyway, they tend to be a little more of the hit things with the weapon.
Yeah, I noticed.
You like girls, Nancy, I think, is the one to go. She's kind of weird. I heard she brought a cat back from the dead. I mean, that's nice, I guess, because a dead cat is sad, but
Yeah. I know her. She's kind of spooky, I guess.
a little spooky.
Yeah.
Like a lot spooky. I mean, dead cat.
Cats are better alive.
Was it her cat or just
That
a
I don't
cat?
know. I don't know. But I think she's learning that necromancy stuff from what's his
Spooky.
name? I don't remember. That grown-up guy.
Hmm.
That old man guy. Judge does not remember this guy's name. But you get the sense he's talking about some kind of a teacher.
Ever convenient, Vandeth's going to chase down Hiroshima where they told him he was.
Okay. If you guys want to buy anything else, there is laughing powder. There is a haunted rock, kitty magnet, art dust, portable stinking cloud. Lots of nonsense. But so if you're done shopping and you're done talking to Chesh, there are many other places you can go look. Or also keep in mind, Chesh is an option. Para, you lost your ex because you did apologize, and Chesh is very very inclined to forgive.
Is there anything here that's like super nerdy? That's like basically like, the equivalent of, like a cool, like, model of the Enterprise or like.
So probably the best place to look. And actually, here you two gossiped with him, so you get some. Oop, I changed the color somehow. The best place to look for something of the model of the Enterprise sort is the glassware shop. There are lots of lovely little figurines there.
Oh, okay. A Dragonborn in a glassware shop. Nothing can go wrong. Let's do it.
Okay. So if you would like to go to Chimnatus and Turan Glassworks, that is also in your packet. There are a variety of glass pieces that you can choose from, and in different prices.
Okay.
And this is another thing. So every player has received several secrets about different NPCs. Some of which are true and some of which are not true. I will tell you most of them are true. So if you notice a friend of yours is clearly taking an interest in someone, and you have a secret that might help them, you may choose to give it to them. Unless you would like them not to have an interest in that person, you can keep the secret to yourself.
So what is the nerdiest thing on here? Maybe the winged cat? I don't know. I'm looking around. Like, what would a nerd like?
You could find Hirosham and then say you bought something that matched. I guess. So the things that are on here, it's not totally clear what would be super nerdy. But there are two pieces that sort of possibly stand out to you. One is there is a Wemmick holding a little metal spear. Wemmicks are a little odd. You don't. They're things you might have glimpsed. So if you were interested in sort of like biology kind of stuff, that might be something that you were into. I guess there's sort of three. There's the warrior stabbing the red dragon. Is clearly some kind of ancestor story, but it has been generalized enough so that maybe a sort of history kind of thing. But then all of the other one is there's this clear two-sided figure. On one face, it is a bearded human man, and on the other face, it is a broad-shouldered Ryamniri. And the glass is smoky and shot through with silvery veins. And this is clearly meant to depict Enlil. So if you are religion nerdy or history nerdy, that is a really good piece.
Very low.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the first one. What was it? It was like a little guy with a spear and
Little guy with a spear.
weird one. Like, cause yeah,
Okay, so you buy the Wemmick?
yeah, Wimmick. I mean, that just sounds crazy. Wimmick. I'm gonna get a Wimmick.
Okay.
Para, I think, wants to get the jackal because
Okay.
it seems neat, and maybe she'll find somebody who likes it. So
Maybe.
Wimmicles. What?
Now that you know this is here, I will say again, like if you are out and about and you find someone and you remember something perfect, you can run back and your friends can keep them talking.
Which was the one that was related to Enlil?
The clear two-sided figure that is a human man with a beard on one face and a dragonborn on the other. This is clearly Enlil's human form and Enlil's dragonborn form.
Excellent. That's a lot of money. I'm gonna just remember that. I think it's really cool though, and I'll admire it because I am a religious fellow, although not aligned with what most Dragonborn here worship. But I am kind of into it and wouldn't mind meeting a female that also has some piousness to her. So I will remember that.
Okay. So
And also, can I? Are we still with Chesh when we're in the store?
did you want to bring him along?
Well,
If you invite him, he will 100% go with you.
I kind of do want him to come along because I have heard about his that he tried to court someone and it didn't go in his way, and that kind of makes me sad for him. My character, I can't be happy unless everyone around me is also happy. So I know he might be his pride might be insulted, or he might just be kind of sad if he had his hopes set on her. So I want to, try to comfort him and offer him, of course, as much food as I can, maybe a little bit of wine, to cheer him up a little bit.
That is very kind.
What's Dragonborn comfort food? Like,
Yeah.
Probably that stuffed flatbread. Like
Yes, I have pharaoh thigh, is it pronounced? And stuff like that. I'm not going to try to pronounce the others.
Your heartfelt kindness and the fact that you sort of addressed him privately about it has clearly had an effect on Chesh. He is
Good. I didn't want him to be embarrassed. He seems like he might, if I had done it in front of people, he would not like that at all. So
he's a little into you now.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Real quick before we leave Chess.
Chesh isn't going anywhere. He's glued onto you.
he's along for the ride.
Yeah.
Until he finds somebody
Our new
else.
best friend.
Drum's just gonna find an opportunity to say, Chesh, did you notice there was a woman from your clan who was having a rather loud argument with a Link Casasendalor man?
That sounds like a lot of ladies in my clan. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, yeah, you didn't. Okay.
Oh, but it was. Oh, yeah. I mean, it sounds like guys in my clan too. I don't know. What were they arguing about?
Well, it was hard to tell, but I if you didn't see the argument, I was just curious who they were.
Well, could you describe her? Maybe I could figure it out. You described her.
Yeah. How do I do that? Do I roll anything?
I think you can remember just fine. And for some reason, I have not written down what color her scales are. What color were her scales? You tell me.
They were kind of orange like yours.
Oh. Oh, like kind of a little shorter than me, a little kind of skinny side.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, does she have like really big frills that she just looks like she's furious all the time? Just
Yeah.
that's Parvita.
Arvita.
Yeah,
Arvita. Interesting. And so,
that's funny.
Sounds
I
like
didn't know
Mahen.
she was back in town.
where's she been?
She like what's it call it? Like an antiquary. She goes in, looks for things,
Huh. So she's a treasure hunter.
like an archaeologist.
Ah, I see.
But yeah, kind of a treasure.
Is there anyone from Linksaka Sindalor that she would be arguing with that you can think of?
Them I know a little less well. They keep telling me I can't just hang around in the enclave. Like there's protocol and stuff. But I mean, most of the people that I know she talks to, she's older than you guys, so like this is sort of like a different social cohort. So he doesn't know any of her friends, but he says she mostly hangs out with other people who are like do her same kind of work.
Yeah.
If she was yelling at him, probably rival. She's got a lot of those though.
Well, does she have any close coworkers that you know of?
Not that I know of.
Okay, well that's great.
But you find out, man. I'm really curious.
Oh, I will definitely let you in. All right.
Do you guys want to go hit the ball field? That's where I saw a lot of people. I think most people are either there or they're over at the chow cardle.
Yes.
You can't take the kid in the chow cardle.
Yeah, let's go to the ball field.
Yeah, but on the way there, I think Halcyon would sort of like hang back a little bit and then like start walking next to Iris, and then he'll say, "Mistress Iris, my friend, is there anybody who happens to catch your eye this season?"
Well, I've heard that this Horisham is really smart, so I was maybe thinking, I just really want someone who will leave me alone and let me keep doing my research. I don't know.
This is the problem. Me, the DM, I'm like, I know who's perfect for you.
What, do you know anyone who might? I just,
You can make an insight check.
Oh, totally. Let's see here. That's gonna be it's not a good insight. It's gonna be 9.
This is not a thing you guys have talked about with your friends a lot. You do know she should probably does Iris like men or women or both?
Both.
Okay, so she should probably not get with Remy. Remy definitely wants to. You definitely feel like you've heard Remy is clutch crazy, like babies.
Yeah, I don't want that.
And you think she probably shouldn't try Soraya, because Soraya is gonna be she definitely seems like somebody who wants to do things the traditional way and like have her call be by her side as she rises through the ranks and eventually becomes vanquisher.
That's too much. That's too much.
Intense.
For me. Yeah.
Can I
Soraya-
figure out if like Radia might be a good match for her? Because
You should talk to
Radia.
Radia.
Okay.
You can talk to Radia. You can also ask your friends if they know anything about Radia.
Mr. Cyrus, do you know anything about the one named Radia? I hear that she is particularly uninterested in this whole entire affair as well. And
I haven't really heard anything about her other than what we just learned about her turning down Hirasham.
yes, apparently she's trying to make the most difficult agreement possible.
You guys all
Well?
kind of know Radia. She is definitely the one that takes a weird dare. As long as it's like challenging.
I'm gonna remember her for later because I kind of got excited by the fact that she's not very into this contract thing.
Everybody is into the one who's not into it. We're mutually uninterested.
Can
Yes, let us
Para
connect.
hear this conversation? Can she like?
Oh yeah, you
Join
can
in?
chime in.
she's gonna come in Iris's side and sort of like put a little bit of an elbow and be like, well, I don't know about a call, but like Zerath, I heard that he has skills, so maybe you should like check that out. I mean, not for a call, but you know,
just to see, maybe.
Yeah,
Okay.
sounds like fun to me.
I'm going to roll my eyes and scoff and under my breath mutter the word Hennish because I'm not, which is a word that kind of means bastard. I'm in the same clan as Zareth. I'm not a big fan of him. He's a bad boy and all the ladies like him.
Make
there's a
an
little bit of
insight check.
jealousy too.
Yeah, I also heard like 3 summers ago he like kissed his cousin, like his inline cousin. So
Inside check is 11.
cool.
I hate how much everybody thinks he's sexy.
Who are we talking about? I missed the name.
Zerath.
Zerath.
All right. Ballfield or
Ballfield.
Ballfield. Okay. So there's this open field. It's got wagons and picketed horses from people who are traveling. But there's like kind of a broken hay wagon on its side that leaves this open space nobody's tried to kind of cram into. There you find some of your age mates playing a game. There's a circle that's carved into a dirt. There's about 10 people standing around it. There is a Dragonborn and a human grappling in the middle. They're both wearing these sashes around their waists and trying to flip each other over by gripping the sash. Make a perception check, or not intelligence check.
Is it Soraya by any chance?
Soraya is not here.
Oh. I got a 4.
You don't know what they're doing.
I really did use all my luck up last game.
So you do see this rather large Dragonborn that you guys don't know. He has copper scales. He has no clan piercings, which is really weird. It's a little like seeing somebody and they're like missing something important. Like your brain's going like, wait, what? But he's like, go, 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 go. He's very into it. You see the man, Kota Ari Rilim, man that you know is named Kashid. He sweeps a leg under the Dragonborn guy, who you guys can recognize as Anger, and grabs his hip and then flips him onto his back. The air goes out of Anger with a whoop, and the spectators groan and cheer. Kashid kind of goes for a minute, and then he helps Anger to his feet. And Anger's like, you can't even let me look good once, just for a second. And he's like, you're not even trying to get a column. And Kashid says, like, what are you talking about? You lasted 10 minutes, and I'm the best. You see the Dragonborn guy with no piercings go, ha, to his friend, like he's going to give a high five. And then when the person next to him, not his friend, goes to give him a high five, he high fives himself and goes, ha ha. So you also, as you're approaching, you hear a woman say, nobody wants to watch you go another round. And then she looks over, she sees Fixiris, and she's like, Sissy! And this is Kashari. So she runs up and she hugs you.
Yay. Kind of like roll my eyes a little, like, oh boy.
She looks at your corsage. She's like, this is so cute. It's like, I don't even care what's happening.
Thanks, Kashari.
She's like, did you know there's a prince here? It's very, very different. And she kind of thumbs the hand back at the Dragonborn with no piercings.
Is that the Janari prince?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, how many princes, right? I didn't even know there was a place called Jannar. She spots Para, and she offers you her condolences.
Thanks, but I'm just gonna focus. Gonna get a call, so I'll worry about the patriarch later.
So she's like, she makes a real sympathetic face, and you think she means it, but also it's a little too perfect. So maybe looking around, There you see Kashari, you know Kashid and Anjur. The rest of the crowd you see are Vishva, Radia, Barash, and this new guy, this prince. There are also 2 Untherans, Zimu and Unzi, and then a tiefling, Astrantia. And Radia goes, anybody gonna go? So you guys can choose someone to wrestle with, or you can talk to someone, or you can fail. You got choices.
I would like to so the kind of the background I did for my character is when I was learning to be the cook for the army when we were fighting in the Tymanther War. There was a contingent of monks and priests from the monastery of the Yellow Rose that came and which they often do when there's a war. They go to heal and to take care of people and alleviate their suffering. They all worship. Yeah, they all worship Ilmater, and that's who I became friends with. There was a particular individual that I buddied up to who kind of became my idol. His name was Master Toshi. He was a Shao from the Far East who learned to fight in the monk style known as sumo. So he was a very large individual, and I have since grown my own belly, and I'm a very large individual as well. So I am a practiced sumo wrestler, and I would like to see if there's anyone I could perhaps sumo in the fighting pen.
So the 3 people who are sort of ready to go are Kashari, Anjur, and Kashid. So you can choose one of those, or if you would like, I will also say the Dragonborn prince is ready to go.
Okay.
Well, Para, like when she heard that he was a prince, she's gonna kind of look at Henson and be like, "This is on the list. Are you gonna? Should you talk to him? Or I mean, I could, but I gotta talk to people who might be a call. So, I guess you do too."
Is it tradition? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Is it traditional to? I'm confused about the fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Do you fight with someone you want to mate with, or do you fight with someone in order to impress people you want to mate with?
That is up to you. What do you think is the best choice? Because I will tell you, it kind of depends. What you do is going to appeal to different people. Whether you win or don't win is going to appeal to different people.
Okay.
Much like love.
Yes, that's very true. Well, then I think if it's, I want to battle Kashari if I can.
All right.
I love this plan. Yes.
Yes.
Please take her down.
And since I'm kind of friends with Iris, I also don't like Kashari a whole lot. She's also really popular.
Now, did you roll that you maybe hooked up with Kashari or no?
I did hook up with Kashari.
Okay.
So, yeah, I
hooked up with Kashari. No.
Yeah. I kind of want to defeat her in combat for a couple different reasons, but I don't like her very much anymore because I found out that she gets around. I thought I was just special to her.
You're special.
Yes, so I will
if
try to engage her.
Henson has confessed this to anybody, everybody's gone, really?
Yeah. I'm very naive.
Okay, so Kashari comes up. She's like, "Hey, Henson, how's it going?"
Oh, hi, Kashari. I suppose you're here because you want one of my sweet rolls.
I love your sweet rolls.
I know.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna do 3 strength checks, opposed strength checks. So you roll strength, I should roll strength.
Oh, geez, this is terrible. Okay, first one is.
Can I like examine her for weaknesses because I sense my master and mistress's displeasure?
You can. Kashari is very stable on her feet mostly. She's not the strongest, but she seems to be fairly quick moving. But she is favoring her right side.
Oh.
Like she definitely isn't working to keep her left guard up.
I'm going to whisper that.
Excellent. I'll get that from him, and can I use that somehow?
Let's say on one of those checks you get advantage.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so what was your first check?
17.
Okay, you definitely get a hold of her. You get that
Okay.
sash very quickly.
Okay.
Okay, next one.
I'm going for the advantage on this one.
Okay.
Because I'm not good at strength. 13.
Okay, so you kind of pull her off on her. What did I say? She's made her. You pull her left side off. She kind of leans into you a little bit. She goes, "Oh," and you make one more check.
Master, no.
14.
Not like this.
Okay. So she pushes you back, but you manage to sort of pull her back down, and she hits the ground. You're not 100% sure if she threw that fight, but she seems to be pleased.
Okay.
Okay, so
We have failed our
me
mission
too.
greatly.
Okay, so you get one here and one here. She likes that you went for it. You get
Right.
one here. Andrew likes that you went for it. And then Radia's kind of like, that was obvious. All right. Any other chats or wrestling?
Well, so there's the prince.
Yeah, the prince is ready to go. You want to wrestle the prince?
No, she don't want to wrestle him. She wants to talk to him.
Okay.
Wrestle and talk to him at the same time.
Oh.
Yeah, 2 birds, 1 stone.
Well, she'll go up and see what he wants to say. So she'll go up to him and be like, "So I heard that you just like disappeared and people are looking for you."
That's
What's up, man?
strange. I'm right here.
I know, but like, there's
Do I know you?
no.
Hi,
I'm Para.
Donner Blitzen, who you may know from Idle
Oh.
Champions of the Forgotten Realms. He was generously donated by the company. Thank you, Idle Champions. You can play Donner in the game. Okay.
So you should probably like go back. I mean,
Why would I do that? I'm having so much fun. We don't do things like this in Jannar. It's very provincial.
is there someone that you're trying to like impress in the crowd here?
I'm supposed to come to the royal court of Tymanther and find a princess. It turns out you don't have those. So, mostly I'm just having fun. I made a lot of money gambling on this. Do you want to gamble on this?
No, but like if you needed to show off for somebody, like we could work something out. I wanna show
Do you
off
want to
for people.
wrestle?
Sure.
I'll warn you, I am an excellent wrestler. I have been trained by the finest of instructors, and whatever anybody else says, that's not true. All right.
Wow,
You
can we
wrestling?
invite him along? I just love to see Aaron
know, right?
roleplay Donar. Yeah.
I hope I am doing him justice. He's not.
You
He's
are
someone
great
else's
justice.
character.
For great justice.
Okay. All right. So 3 strength checks.
Yep.
First one.
3.
Wait. He gets hold of the belt on you. Okay. Next one.
No. 15.
Okay. You slip out from his grip and kind of get one arm kind of around his hip. And then one more.
So that was a 1, so that's a 3.
Well,
but...
he rolled a 20. So
Oh, jeez.
you almost got him, and he's
God.
like,
You almost got me.
and
Almost spat my
he-
water.
he kind of overdoes it and like flips you. And you land, and I'm gonna say you are gonna take a little damage from that since he did roll the come here. Just 3 damage. You know how to land. You're a lance defender. So he jumps up and he goes, ha ha! And he goes to high five and high fives himself again. However, because you went for it, you get some hearts. And you know what? Roddy is a little impressed because that guy's a lot bigger than you. But you can check off on your list. You did tell him he has to go back to Djerad Kethendi tonight. Now, if he does that, that's not your problem. Okay, so do you want to talk to anybody, you guys, or?
While we're sort of what? Sorry, Randy.
Oh no, it's fine. I was gonna say, I suppose if there's like a really tough lance defender looking kind of person around, I could challenge them just to prove the strength of Enlil, the superiority of.
Probably of them all, that would be Anger. Anger is the scion of
Didn't Anger just lose though?
He did.
Who did Anger lose to?
Good point, to Kashid.
So
Kashid?
I'm gonna take down Kashid.
All right. Okay, so 3 strength checks.
All right. 12.
Okay. You both actually kind of grab that belt at the same time.
All right.
So roll again.
Fell off. Hold on. 15.
Okay. You kind of elbow Kashid, and he kind of loses his grip. He's still got his hand on it, but he's not holding it tightly. Okay, one more roll.
All right.
What just happened?
Oh, nice.
Okay, so in that moment, you get your arm around his other arm, the one that's holding the belt, and you flip him fully over your arm.
Okay.
And you hit the ground. Okay, so that gets you some love. So that was good for Anger. That was good for. Oh my goodness, you're popular now. Okay, Roddy, I liked that.
Mostly,
Vishra liked that.
I'm just hoping. I'm thinking maybe the rumor of this will get back to Soraya that I am the strongest.
And Arash is kind of like, oh, hi. Okay. I'm gonna say after that, Vishva comes up to you and says, "That was really impressive. Nobody's been able to knock Farshid down all day, or Kashid, sorry."
Well, Enlil blessed blessed me in this fight, and also, of course, my clan is strong in the ways of fighting. Are interested in Vishva, make a perception check. Not really, but 10. What is my perception? I don't know. I rolled a 10. I can't remember where my perception. Oh, let's see. I don't. Where's perception on this thing?
It's in the skills.
That's probably good enough to notice.
Right. Okay. Oh, +0. That was worth taking all that time to look up. Excellent.
There's something in her hair. There's like something, like a little leaf in her hair.
Oh, I'll say, you're kind of messy. And I'll just take that out.
Smooth talker.
You should really look after yourself better.
Oh, it's it's just some vine star I was propagating.
What?
Growing.
Oh. Okay. I thought maybe that was like a weird thing at first, but that sounds okay. All right, cool.
Okay. That didn't go great for you.
Yeah, no.
But it sounds like that's
yeah.
Okay. Is anybody else?
Well, Para, she wants to Anger go up to him and sort of be like, "Hey, commiseration, dude. Losers, fist bump."
He kind of chuckles and he fist bumps you back. And he says, "Are you having fun?"
Yeah. I mean, I sort of hope that, that would be more impressive than it was. But I'm kind of looking for a guy who, is interested in my magic, and that's not really my magic. So
That is fair. There's not a lot of wrestling magic out there.
Yeah.
Kashyyyd will probably tell you different, but he's being very helpful, if you know what I mean.
So
Anyways, go ahead.
I just like, do you know anybody like that would be like interested in magic?
Lots of people be interested in you.
Thanks.
He asks if you guys are planning to go to the Chow Cartel after this.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, what about your sister though, Vandith?
My sister.
Oh, you got a kid.
Yeah, she wants to write. What is it that you want to write, Sarge?
I'm writing a story for a broadsheet. I've learned a lot about wrestling as a form of flirting. By which I mean, I know you guys do it, and I don't get why you like it.
They're like some kind of, I don't know, like museum or something. Like, is there some kind of like thing that would be have lots of, or a place that has like lots of cool like statues and murals of our victories of the past? And
Catacombs, silly.
That's not the catacombs.
No, it's just the catacombs. One thing that you guys sort of culturally understand is that for Dragonborn, the catacombs are not creepy. That's
right.
That's where your dead go, and eventually you will go there, and that's comforting.
Okay, I'll tell my sister.
Made out in the catacombs before.
Yeah. I'll tell my sister, you should go check out the catacombs, because if you're looking for a story, there's lots of cool stuff down there.
Nobody writes about smooching in the catacombs. They just do it.
Is that what your story's about, smooching?
I told you my story is about Ash Day and the changing landscape of the call agreements.
Where's the most like? Where's the?
You're making no progress. So.
Is there like a make out bluff kind of a thing? And I don't need your opinion, little one.
So to your question, that going and making out in the catacombs is definitely kind of a thing. I mean, people, it's kind of like you're all a little on top of each other.
Yeah.
In the Djeradi, it's very close quarters. So going and making out where your ancestors' bones lie, not as weird as it sounds to us, but also there are sort of areas that are not as well attended. The Thricomanaki is like where you put people that don't have a clan to claim them. So it's a little more empty. So you know that's a quiet place that you can go. But also as you're having this conversation, Kashyyyd comes up and he's like, "Oh, you can go in the back, The Chow Cartel."
Oh, all right.
Well, I mean, you might need to with your friends coming. And he points at Halcyon. Because Beery is the door guard right now. I don't know if you remember her. She's awful. She's going to be like, where's your badge? And then she's going to say, the Tiefling's badge is fake because you ever heard of a Tiefling Lance Defender? She's garbage. She's the worst. But they don't lock the back door. I mean, maybe don't let the kid drink like human amounts of alcohol because
humans can't handle alcohol. It's fine.
Other way around, Muddy.
Oh.
Your metabolisms are generally slower, so it doesn't take as much. Human and tiefling friend, you know that you need a couple extra apple brandies because they're very watered down for your taste. But they're happy to give them to you.
I knew that. Yeah. I'll say, well, maybe a drink would be just the thing to like, she needs to experience the world and let's do this.
You corrupt your little sister.
Yes.
Don't let your sister drink. She can come, but you have to keep an eye on her. Well, I will help keep an eye on her. Clearly, you are not keeping an eye sufficiently on your sister.
I'm keeping quite the eye on my sister.
It would be great for her to observe people interacting if she's trying to write something.
That is true. Okay. So you guys are going to head over to the Chow Cartel. You do pass the Shrine of Enlil as you go. And you see, we may go just a little later than 11 for, if that's okay. And then we can hit.
Sure.
Cool. that's when we are going to take a little meal break, viewers, because we have to stay fed. So, what's up?
All this talk about sausage rolls has made me.
I know, right?
I know the food talk is killing me.
So
I've been thinking up this character for days, and I've just been so hungry the whole time.
Okay. So I know that it was mentioned earlier. I believe Vandeth, you wanted to check out the Shrine of Enlil.
Well, go. Give my respects to the. In the thing. Make sure everyone gets a chance to like thank me for my service.
So you approach the shrine.
Yes.
Is to Enlil. It is the only public sort of shrine in Tymanther that any of you have seen. Like the others that you've seen, it is sort of a rectangular building. It's kind of tall. It has an ornate roof and is decorated with axes and jackals. Over the door, it reads, and I'm going to try this. I don't actually say this one out loud very much. Arktol Dartikesh Arktol Koltmedjid Enlil Strychik Ozon, which means Sword of all the lands, Elder of all the children, Enlil. And then Enlil's draconic name, which is Uncle Lightning Bolt. That sounds
that's
very
awesome.
goofy, but it implies that you have sort of adopted this god, which is really the only way that the Dragonborn can really think about this, because they don't like tyrants. So having someone boss you around is not okay. Having an uncle who guides you, that's fine. There is a Dragonborn girl about your age sitting on the steps. She's fiddling with a white object. There is a cat that is sniffing the temple. And Shaysa goes, oh, what is that smell? And you can make a perception check.
What does the girl sitting on the steps look like?
She is got bronzy green scales. She's got amber eyes. She's wearing a lot of eyeliner, and she's painted her claws black. She's wearing dark robes. She's Shastandelia. She has silver chains, and you guys know this is Nancy. She's also very cute. She's spooky, but she's cute.
I rolled a 24 in my perception.
Yeah, I got a 21.
Okay.
So.
That
Smell
smells
the fart powder.
catness.
Yeah, I got a 3 + 0. So
You just don't even know that smell is disgusting. Anybody who rolled over a 10, you know this smell is cat pee. There have been several cats that feed on this temple.
Oh,
I've eaten a few cats, but I've never smelled it. Oh.
I will turn to Iris and I want to say, be careful, mistress friend. If you use the cat magnet here, there seems to be a large number of peeing cats.
I sort of make sure the satchel is tied extra tight so that the little leaves don't come out and attract the cats. I also, do you think, and I turn to you and say, do you think that's the cat she brought back to life?
Do I recognize the cat?
No. It's just like,
Do I recognize the cat? Do we know what it looks like?
you guys don't know. You only heard the rumor that Nancy brought a cat back to life.
So it could be.
Could be.
can I offer the cat some sausage from my sausage roll or from my bag?
Sure. Yeah.
I love animals as well, so I will do that.
Okay. While
And maybe wink at Nancy while I'm doing it. Maybe she'll like that I like her cat. I don't know.
I will give you a heart for that. For that one. Yeah.
With the cat or with Nancy? Because I want it to be with
The cat, unfortunately, does not have an entry on the heart chart, so you cannot woo the cat.
Yeah.
But that's okay because Matriarch Anala would be like,
Oh my goodness. I just imagine a player like wooing all the cats in the city and just being like the cat person of this city. Just living with like thousands of
That's
cats.
pretty much Megan in real life.
So while you're feeding that cat, Henson, a Dragonborn man wearing a mix of chainmail and deep blue robes comes out of the shrine and sees the cat and he says, Get, you disgusting creature! And the cat, mid-bite, like grabs some more sausage roll and bolts to it. And he like, get up. And so Nancy gets off the stairs and he breathes fire all over the steps leading up to the
Whoa.
shrine.
I jump in front of that fire because tieflings are resistant. I take it for that cat.
So I will say that is impressive to Nancy. So you may assign a heart from Nancy to someone else, we will assume that you get a chance in a second to tell Nancy about your friend. Or you can just hold on to it until you get that chance.
I just choose immediately. So I stand up and brush off the burn marks. And I say, "My lord, master, and friend Henson ordered me to do it."
You seem really cool, or at least kind of weird. And so the fact that you like Henson makes Nancy like Henson.
He's a cool guy.
So when the guy breathes fire everywhere, the smell gets worse for a moment, but it starts to fade. And this is like a way that people clean things. This is like street cleaning for Dragonborn. Okay, so you can talk to Nancy, you can talk to the priest.
While they're talking about me and him, talking me up to her, I just kind of want to be picking my teeth and looking vacantly into the distance.
Admire the way that he meditates upon the truths of life.
He is.
His soul is
Is that
an
what he's
endless
doing?
depth. His brain
You guys
At-
can
has so many ridges.
At that point, I'll realize I've been rude, and I want to offer her a sausage roll as well, because I gave one to her cat, and I didn't offer her one.
Weirdly, that drops when like, okay, thanks. What the thing she was playing with is a squirrel skull.
Interesting.
Does Kurum notice that Iris is kind of into this spooky girl, but is too shy to say anything?
Iris is totally into this creepy girl.
Oh, okay.
Especially like the fact that she's holding a squirrel skull is really interesting, and she wants to go ask about it, but she's like,
So Kurum's going to do a message to Iris and say, "You should compliment her on that squirrel skull. Ask her how she got it. It's fascinating, isn't it?"
Nancy,
Yeah,
that's a really cool squirrel skull. Do you make sketches of skeletons and stuff? I've done that before for making illustrations in textbooks and stuff.
He's gonna whisper down and say, "Okay, now stop talking."
she goes, yeah, sometimes.
You're doing great.
Okay, cool.
I draw him for sometimes artist just makes me do drawings.
Do I know who that is?
You can ask her.
Who's that?
This is my teacher.
Oh, what do you study?
Like wizard stuff.
Cool.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to study wizard stuff too, but I'm more of like a sorcerer type magic user.
What kind of magic?
I recently learned how to understand a bunch of different languages, so I can read all of the books in the library. So that was really, really helpful.
I like dead stuff. And then she makes the squirrel go snap, snap at you.
I like that stuff too.
And she's very into you.
Yes.
I don't know if you can see your heart chart, but you are up to 7 hearts with her.
So excited.
In tech, I'm actually waiting for Ardicious. He's in the Chow Cardinal, and technically I don't have my badge with me.
Oh, we're about to sneak in the back door.
Oh.
Do you want to come with us?
Yeah, except I'm waiting for my friend.
Okay. They can come too.
She has to finish stuff.
Okay.
Who's your friend?
Kiara.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh, Kiara, I wanted to meet her.
Wait,
Well,
my ridges flutter a little.
she's inside. She sees Para and she goes,
You're
I'm
really sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. It was a very nice internment.
Did they say what happened?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
You should ask his son. I guess that's your patriarch now.
yeah. But later, I have stuff to do right now. I'm not really thinking about it. I have to wait.
That's fair. That's fair. That will get you 2 hearts. I love this because I don't think you guys necessarily know exactly what's triggering it. But okay.
Hearing that Kiara's inside the temple, Vendath is going to go inside.
All right.
Kurum is definitely going to sidle up next to Iris as we walk in. Just say, dang, that was
That was some excellent Cyranoing, I just gotta say.
Yeah, well done.
Okay, so the shrine seems larger on the inside than it does on the outside. It's very well lit. There are clerestory windows shining down. The walls are dark blue, and a prayer is painted on the back wall. There's an altar set before it, but there's nothing on it, which is kind of normal. The priest that scared off the cat is standing at the back. He smiles at you, kind of beckons you in. There's also a young Vianeri woman kneeling at the empty altar, considering the prayer. Her scales are light blue, and she doesn't turn when you enter.
I go and I'll kneel beside her in prayer.
Okay. He says, the priest says, welcome in the name of Enlil. Any donations you want to make? They go in the box over there. And he points to a box at the side that you didn't notice before.
Yes, I shall donate some of the gold I won fighting as a paladin of Enlil. You may have heard of me. Vendath, defeater of the Skull General, Scourge of the Unther Auxiliary Archery Division, which is kind of a long title, so I need to think of something punchier for that.
Para's rolling her eyes.
I feel like they call that the 12th Green Cohort.
Oh, yeah, the Greenies. We'll just say defeater of the Scourge of the Greenies. And, yes, and obviously devotee of Enlil. And, yes.
So when you kneel at the altar, he says, don't touch the altar. It's new. I don't want anything to happen to it. We've got 1 year till the next rededication. And if we have to part ways with Uncle Lightning Bolt, I'm not saying I hope we do. I'm just saying it might happen. I would like to get my money back.
I love Dragonborn. Really
So fickle.
This is common with Dragonborn religion. This is a very transactional kind of worship. They make a rededication periodically where they say, oh, yeah, okay, we're going to keep doing this. Some people are devoted, like Vandeth, perhaps. Some people are like, yeah, okay, this is working. We got a guy that can put up a wall of lightning when we need it. He's earning his keep. And this priest seems to be in the latter group.
I'd like to make a donation to Enlil as well. Since I'm worshiping Ilmater, and that's like a human deity, rather than who the other Dragonborn, I kind of realized that for Ilmater to ever spread among the ranks of the Dragonborn, we should get along with other religions that the Dragonborn follow, such as Enlil. So one of the goals in my qual is to, if possible, make it so the Church of Ilmater is in a more powerful position with the Church of Enlil. Okay. But don't tell my elders I said that.
That's probably a good thing.
Yeah, Para will drop in like
yes.
1 gold.
He says, thank you. He spots Para. He again offers his condolences. He says, Patriarch Bashir was a wise elder and a powerful warrior. Kind of batty from the sounds of things, but that's really not here or there. I'm sorry for your loss.
So, wait, what? What was neither here nor there?
The fact that he's a little nuts. He used to go out in the desert with my horrible sister, looking for, I don't know, things that are in the ground. I don't know.
But what happened? Like, was he found out in the desert?
No, he was here.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I heard it was like a fever, maybe.
Yeah.
The adjudicators didn't haul anybody in, so I assume it was not a murder. Although if my horrible sister killed him, I wouldn't be surprised. That cat, I think the cats are her fault. I'm pretty sure she showed up with, like, maybe she stuck some old fish under the stairs because they will not stop coming since she visited. They just keep coming and they keep peeing all over the stairs.
Who is your sister?
Arvida.
Oh, Para doesn't know that, but
she thinks she's so great because she's an antiquary. Ooh, look at me! I get paid to wander around the desert and turn over rocks for elders with too much coin. Yeah. I mean, and will favor her sword, and she's always been a prankster. And now the Kodar Realm are like, you know what's fun? Let's do more pranks. Let's make more stupid. Let's take this stupid shop and make everybody's life harder. He looks at Kurum and he goes, "Your edition stash day have been most welcome."
Did you say that Parvita used to go into the desert with Bashir and look for stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He gave her, I mean, I don't know. I think that man probably had way too much money.
But he liked to poke around and look for stuff too.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only people she hangs out with, people that want to look under rocks.
Yeah. Did they find anything cool?
I don't know. They're talking. I just go, you know, my sister, you find her, you prank her back for me. I basically, I figure you owe me one, which means you owe Enlil one.
Mm.
Vandeth, you wanted to talk to Kiara, I believe.
I saw. I am Rogar. Sorry. Oh no. Yes. Have it. Yes. I say. Yes. I say, Kiara, I am moved to say to you that I would happily fertilize your eggs. But I do not wish. I feel that our children would honor Enlil. I am a paladin of Enlil. You are sister of the chosen of Enlil. And I think that he would bless our eggs, our offspring, with much strength and honor. But I must be clear that this would be for the purposes of bearing fruitful children for Enlil only.
She doesn't seem to notice you.
Oh man.
Okay. What is my magic? What do I got going on as a paladin? I don't know. Let's see.
I will say, as you're sort of kneeling next to her, and talking to her, I assume you're gesturing a little, yeah?
Yeah.
You're not a very still talker. You brush her arm, and she turns and she looks at you, and she says, "Oh, well met. Sorry. Did you need this spot?"
I don't need this spot. I just need a moment of your attention.
Can you slow down? And as she's talking to you, she is also signing.
Oh.
Can I interject?
Sure.
I would like to stand next to Randy's character and like make it, because my character knows that she is deaf, so I will stand next to him and be like, she can't hear you, my friend, and like try to speak real clearly with my mouth and sign anything along the way to try to tell her that like Randy doesn't know that you can't hear.
She kind of blushes, since we've established that they blush.
and I'll be like, talk very, very loudly and clearly, and make your mouth very easy to read. She would appreciate that.
I will say to him, do you have interest here? Like looking away so that she can't see my lips.
I feel like I have interest, kind of.
Wish to make a claim on her eggs or on her heart?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm a very indecisive man.
I turn back to her and I say very clearly, I would like to fertilize your eggs, but I think he would like to claim your heart, maybe. I am a paladin of Enlil, and I think that Enlil would bless our offspring with great strength and honor, but I would not dare to claim your heart.
Roll to make sure she can understand you. She she did not catch it, but she caught enough to be like, thank you. But I need some time. It's a little early.
Of course.
She's a little younger than you guys, but Patriot Nargon feels it's best if I get a sense of my opportunities, given everything.
Of course, you should pray on it, but know again that I am Vendath.
You are Dardendrian Vendath.
Dardendrian Vendath. I am Paladin of Enlil. defeater of the Skull King and scourge of the auxiliary archery. No, a scourge of the Greenies of Unther, and that I would bring much honor to your children.
Okay. I will keep that in mind.
Please do.
So
why don't you tell us more about you, Kiara?
So she's very shy and she does speak very slowly because you know that she is the sister of the chosen of Enlil, the Dragonborn who brought Enlil into this world, Kepesh Kmolek Demuzi. She is sort of in the middle of her Lance Defender tour. She does not have her badge, but because of her brother and because Kepesh Kmolek has been a little extra protective of her given her disability, she's sort of been kind of held back from any major Lance Defender operations. She prefers the axe to the sword. And she's friends with Nancy, you know.
Cool.
Okay. Hanson, did you want to talk to her or?
Well, just the one last thing. I realized that food is a better language than language to me, so I'll also give her a whole sausage roll and be like, "You have to try this. I made this just for you," or something. Yeah.
She takes it and she blushes, and it is not an embarrassed blush; it's a delighted blush.
Yeah.
So she says, "Thank you," and. You also get an extra one because of the fact that you cleared up things with Vanda. Okay, so she says, I was just finishing here. I was gonna go see if I could get into the chow cartle. Are you guys headed that way?
Yes.
So maybe, I mean, I have Nancy and I are supposed to meet Artishiks over there, so maybe we'll just come with you.
I want to say like too loud to be normal, like Nancy's coming with us, because I'm like excited that she's coming with us, and then realize that I was far too loud because we're in a temple, and then get embarrassed.
Unfortunately, Kiara's like I think she could tell that you said it very loudly, but it did not bother her. The priest, Rush, is like, rude. If you're all done, clear out, please. Need more worshippers come in, more donations in the box. Might have to buy a new altar. Okay.
I think Halcyon, on the way out, would like to walk up to Iris and then offer her his water skin. And he would say, "Well, mistress, you seemed a bit thirsty there. Please, have some of this water to parch your throat."
Oh, thank you. She didn't. It was like,
Okay.
You've got this. I believe in you. Just calm down.
Just to
Calm
put things
down,
along
okay.
a little bit faster, I'm going to assume you want to go in the chow cartle.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume now that you know that the door guard is going to be hostile to Shesa and Halcyon in particular, that they will go around the back. You see delivery people going that way, so you can follow them very easily. And the rest of you can just go in the front. And Kiara should not be allowed to go in the front, but Kepesh Kmolek is a clan with a lot of prestige, so she is kind of let slide, and because Nancy's with her, the door guards just kind of let go. We won't have to argue with the door guard. Okay, so before we get to the lunch break, we're going to do this. So Halcyon, you and Shesa are going to sneak in the back door. She's going to follow your lead, so you get to make the stealth check.
All right.
So go ahead and make one to get in the back door, so nobody's going to help you.
All right. Oh, he's pretty stealthy. 16.
All right, you get in. So there's a hallway here. On the right, there's a half door that leads to the kitchen. And then there are a series of 3 doors. The way they're laid out, any of them could really get you to the sort of main room where your friends are. You're not sure which one's which. So you can make another stealth check to get to the door of your choice. And hopefully nobody comes out of the kitchen.
14. The right
Okay.
door is always right.
Okay. So as you're heading for the right door, you hear someone shout. They go, Lenitha, are you coming back with that cask? And someone is coming out of the kitchen. So Shaysa panics. She grabs you. She pulls the door open, and
Pull out my
she
dagger.
janks you inside, and closes the door. She's like, "Oh my god, this is the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me!"
Yeah. I put away my dagger and I say, yeah, me too.
But when you your eyes adjust to the room, you are not in the tap room. You are in a room full of casks. This doesn't seem to be the main storage room, but there are lots and lots of barrels. And there is a man lying on the floor. He has light gray scales and deep green eyes that stare up at the ceiling as though he were very engrossed with something up there. But then a fly lands on his eye, and you realize he is.
Oh, God, I was going to hope you say he was like asleep or something. Okay.
His robes are in disarray, and he wears silver skewers along his jawline. There is another dead Kangen Telekor.
Is it too late to bluff and say that he's just sleeping or drunk and that I'll deal with the dead body?
No. Shaysa has also seen him, and she's going. And that seems like a
Shaysa.
good place to take our break, which is coming a little late, but that's where we are. So in the chat, if you guys have couples you're rooting for, theories about this unholy murder, chat it up. We 30 minutes to eat. Sound good?
Sure.
Yeah.
Vandeth is feeling very good. He thinks he's done very well.
We'll see what everybody is doing. Cyrus, you are hitting it out of the park with Nancy. Henson's making more progress with Chesh, but Kiara is close behind. Para, you have a little Nancy love, and Vandeth, you have currently most lucky with Radia. But the Ash Day is still young. And
Yeah, I gotta get going on the hearts, man.
Yeah. All right, so come back in 30 minutes, and we will have more of the infamous Dragonborn Day. We'll be here to answer questions about Dragonborn, or just talk about Dragonborn. And also, I figure this is a wonderful time for me to stop and thank our donors, because as you guys might know, this right now is our Extra Life campaign, our 24-hour game day. So we're having a lot of fun playing games, but we're doing it for a good cause. We are raising money for Children's Miracle Network. I think specifically, most of our players are raising money for Seattle Children's Hospital, which is a major hospital in the Pacific Northwest that treats kids with lots of different issues, injuries, illnesses, disorders. I will say they treat my own son. My son has a genetic disorder. I literally just got a bill from them today. And I'm very grateful that we have the ability to pay for these things, but not every family does. And you can't predict a lot of these things. So Children's Miracle Network helps parents take care of sick kids, helps hospitals make that experience a little easier for the kids, for the parents, is a really worthy cause. So we are looking to raise $5,000 by the end of our game day. We are over halfway there. And every little donation that you guys can give us will help us make our goal. And right now I'm going to go through real quick and just thank the lovely donors that have already made a contribution. First of all, you may have noticed we have two players here who are not usual Dungeon Scrawlers players. Megan and Ryan both made a very generous donation in order to play in this game. I thank them again. That was very, very generous and will go a long way. Thank you to Doug Meyer, who's one of our mods for Westgate Irregulars. You may have seen him play early this morning in the Hostile Takeover game. Some of these are going to be people's screen names because that's what Extra Life tells me. So my apologies if you'd rather use your real name because I don't have that. But thank you, Karuga and Captain Callow. Thank you, Con Humanus. Thank you, Isis. Thank you, Liam Hemvar H. Thank you, Red Jenna. Thank you. I know this one is a Facebook donor, but I do know it is Dwayne Brosnan. who's a member of the Forgotten Realms Archives, which is a great fan group. If you like Forgotten Realms novels and crunchy Forgotten Realms lore, check them out. Thank you, Komisad. Thank you to Lucina Bishop, who has made 2 wonderful donations, my tiefling sister. And we just got a donation from someone who was labeled as EP. Thank you to all of you guys. I also want to say thank you to Idle Champions, who have provided us with these fun chess codes to like give you guys a little reward for coming by. But who also made 2 generous donations to add NPCs. So earlier, the group met your favorite Prince of Jannar, Donner Blitzen, who high-fived himself several times because of course he did. And we will be meeting the second NPC that they gave us, who was created by Jay. They are the mod for my Idle Champions show, Champions of Lore, among many other wonderful things. So that will be exciting to meet her. I was going to check and see if anybody asked questions, but most of you are asking or getting the code, which is very exciting. I think someone mentions that Henson should be looking for a baker's daughter. That would probably be a wonderful pairing. I don't know that any of them are baker's daughters, but we could figure it out. Someone loves food and friendliness. Yes, that is what Henson needs, I think. Lots of follows. Thank you for the follows. So we are playing this game set in sort of the current mushy timeline. We are in Tymanther, where several of my books are set, Ashes of the Tyrants and The Devil You Know. In both cases, they go into a lot of detail about what the Dragonborn culture is like. I have several posts on my website, // which talk about Dragonborn culture details. Some of this is things other people have decided. Some of these things were bits that were implied by what was decided. And some of this stuff I just got to make up by myself. I wrote Forgotten Realms novels, so I got that opportunity. And I really love Dragonborn because they're weird. Right now, what the players are doing, they're role-playing as teenage Dragonborn who have been told by their elders it is time to make a marriage contract. So they are looking for love in the city of Djerad Kethendi. Unfortunately, they have just found a dead body. Something is going on, and it is not romantic at all. Nope. You guys got to ask me some questions, because otherwise I'm just going to ramble. Oh, maybe we go for rambling. So Djerad Kethendi is the second of the large cities in Tymanther. It is a newer city. It was sort of a trade stop for a long time before it was fortified. It was extra fortified because Tymanther had a war with returned Unther that lasted for a while. In this game, I have said it's over because this is the sort of the release after all of that tension and trial, which means that because I get to decide what happens in my game, Gilgame is dead. I think I'm going to say that Namshita, who was an Untheran general, a Sikati, in Ashes, or sorry, she's in Devil You Know. She's at the very end of Ashes of the Tyrant. She's now the matriarch of the clan Kotar Ari Rilam, the Slayers of Demons. Let's say she cut his head off because I like Namshita and I like good things for her. And I think killing Gilgame would be a good thing for her. Who was murdered? Are they important? You have to wait and find out. But who do you think was murdered? Here's a good question. Like, who do you think that body belongs to? Is it Lahar? Is it the new patriarch already dead? Is it the extremely hot Dragonborn guy that they hadn't got to meet yet? Is it Parvita's other brother? Is it that guy that they met? Oh no, I forgot. I already told you it was Kanjan Telekor. It's Para's dad. It's gonna be really sad. Hot Dragonborn where? Where have you been? There's hot Dragonborn everywhere here. Here's the question, chat. Who do you think the different players should, different characters should go for? Who should Para be going after? Because Para has been very distracted by the death of her patriarch. She might need to zone it in a little bit. Who should Fixiris go after? She seems to be making a good connection with Nancy, Nancy, the cute goth. Help me find them. Okay, here's a question. What do Dragonborn think about the devils that fought alongside them at the very end of the book? Sorry, spoilers, but this is a good question because Kurum stated he is a warlock with feet pack. I think that the Dragonborn kind of view the devils a little like gods, like maybe you don't need to mess with that, but an ally is an ally, and sometimes when you're faced with an endless army of demons, the right answer is when devils show up, you let them just go ahead and take care of it. You know, if a pile of Iranies shows up, not a good thing generally. If a pile of Iranies shows up and you're facing down like a bunch of rocks and some Baelors and I think it's Baelor. Man, I always mix those two up. Some succubi who have definitely not stayed on your side in the 9 hells. Maybe you just let them, you know, hey, take care of it themselves. Fix it between themselves. They don't like each other. They can fight. It's okay. So someone has a devil question. You can also ask me devil questions because I did write a lot about devils too. So Valen Freyor says, side note for Aaron, I just betrayed my fiendish pact with Fierna. How dead am I? Well, that kind of depends. Did you make a new pact? Because if you made a new pact, you made a pact with someone Fierna can't touch, that would be good. Anybody up the chain is going to be more powerful than her, at least politically. And depending on who you pick, that could be a good safety. If you jumped types of patrons, that gets a little more mushy. You could be in a lot of trouble. An archfey can probably protect you, but maybe they wouldn't, because chaos is chaotic. Was the new guild game a real original or an imposter? Both. Thoughts are weird. If you like hearing about weird Unther lore, you should stay around because, guys, it's going to get real weird. I love Unther lore because I actually love real-world Sumerian lore, which Unther is based on. Unther, as people in my life who have said, "What is this game?" And I mentioned Unther, I have to explain. It is magical Mesopotamia. So Gilgame is based on the hero Gilgamesh. Obviously, they're different, but the sort of gods of Unther are held to be those gods who kind of pushed in when their followers were stolen and formed avatars in Toril to protect those followers. Things happened. Most of the gods, killed. Everything in the realms with gods is weird. But interesting, dynamic. My boyfriend and I decided to start a drinking game every time the word Irenes or Serche was in the books. It was really fun. You probably got pretty drunk. It's a little early here to have a drinking game for this. And we are not doing too much crazy draconic, which is probably good because, especially if you tried to mix those two. We've had a little. Henson dropped a Henish, which is draconic for bastard. Mehen, I believe, called all the players Karshoji hatchlings, which is a little bit of an F-bomb. The stream started with me saying "Wushara Sathi," which is a colloquial greeting that means "What's up, dude?" basically. Interesting fact: Draconic, classical Draconic, has no second-person pronoun for a subject. You can have a you for an object, but not as a subject because of the way they form things is it's looking like people are coming back. We're set to come back in 2 minutes, but if people are ready, we can keep going. Find out who this body is. Or I can keep blah-blahing. If they can blush, they can snap their fingers too. I buy it. You heard it here. That's no Dragonborn canon. They can snap. Like a good old Patachi. I will tell you a funny story. Once I went to Gen Con and I painted my nails with like a gradient, and then I had help painting in Draconic. It said Karshoji Patachi. So my fingernails said effing dummies in Draconic. That was the best manicure I ever gave myself. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Steven has run off again. Is anybody getting anything good in their gold chests? Anything shiny? On Monday, and Champions of Lore at 11 o'clock, we will be talking about the Feast of the Moon, which is a little like the spooky and sort of death reverence parts of Halloween. And also Penelope Halfpint, who is a great friend of B. Dave Walters' character. It sounds like we are ready to go back. You don't have to listen to me right in my mouth anymore. At least not like this. Okay, welcome back to the Call Contract Murders. And the title has now proved itself out because we have a murder on our hands. Karum, I want to check on something real quick because it occurred to me I should not have let you go in the front door either because the door guard is a jerk. So if you wanted to go in the back and have been in the closet, you can. You are muted though, so you got to unmute and then tell me what you're doing.
We're all trapped in the closet now.
We're all. This game is otherwise known as Vandeth is crushing it.
Are you sure it's not Vandeth
In
goes
his
to
head,
horny
in
jail?
his head, he's crushing it.
Yeah.
I do want to be in the closet.
Well, welcome. There's a lot of room in this closet, apparently.
Okay, and while we were on break, we got 2 donations, one for a real secret, which I have sent to Kurum, and then, oh, now I've spoiled it.
Mhm.
Never mind. I'll make up my mind between a real secret and a fake secret. Anyway, are you in the closet, Kurum?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Who's in the closet again?
Shesa and Halcyon.
Okay. And I can't remember who Shesa is. I looked on the thing. I didn't.
Sorry, Shesa is the little sister that's following you around, which I'm using to nudge you when I need to.
Who's like the writer, researcher.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Holy crap! It's dark in here. Why are you gasping? Can't you?
Nicolate. Perfect.
Oh my lord!
Kurum.
All right. Can you make a perception check for me, both of you?
Okay.
I have, by the way, a 20 passive perception.
I just make you check anyway.
I rolled up a 20.
15.
Okay. So Halcyon, you looking at him, see he has been stabbed with a dagger. And it smells like cat pee again. Maybe something else.
Whoa.
Kurum, you notice there is definitely something else. There is another smell coming from him that is not cat pee. You can't quite pick it out, but it is funky. You can choose to investigate his body. You can also discuss what's going on here.
Definitely smelling cat pee. Looks like stab wounds. I'm gonna investigate. Going down for the investigation. Anyone want to help?
Yes, but as a professional assassin, I think Halcyon would like to maybe roll like a medicine check and try to do like a quick autopsy to determine the exact cause of death. Why did I say medicine? Why didn't I say perception again? Oh, hey, 19! It's a +1, so 18 + 1, 19.
Okay. He has been stabbed. It looks like it was a dagger. He's been hit 3 times, but you can tell that one of them was a lot deeper. That it went in through along, and it may have hit his heart. Without cutting it open, you can't be sure, but you know this was a pretty good strike. But it doesn't seem like somebody who's necessarily super skilled. You wouldn't say this person is as good at this as you.
I see. Do they seem like they're taller, shorter? Did like the angle come from above or below?
It seems like they're probably somebody about the same height.
About the same height?
Yeah.
And then were there signs of a struggle? Or did it seem like this person, either got in stealthily or they were known?
It doesn't seem like there's signs of struggle. If you look carefully, there maybe a little. You see there's some deflective wounds on his right arm, but you get the sense that this happened fast and he wasn't expecting it. And so, what was your investigation check?
Are you helping me investigate?
Yes.
Great, good, because I rolled a 1 for the first one. I rolled a 4 for the second one, so that's a 10.
Okay, are you also going to roll investigation, or
You talking to me?
no? Are you helping?
I was helping. I was aiding
yeah.
him.
Oh, but the little girl, and you're a investigative reporter, aren't you?
You know what? Okay.
You should look at
Yeah, we'll say Shaysa gets to make a roll too.
good training.
Shaysa rolls a lot better. She goes.
Nice.
She kind of gets down. She's like, "It's just. I mean, I've seen a dead body before, but it was all like in the shroud and wrapped up and." Okay. She points over, and there's a bag, kind of pushed up against the side. It is a haversack. If you search through it, you find some clothes, a spell book, supplies for a trip. And she is, she kind of like opens a pocket. She's like, "You should look in the pocket." And she pulls out 2 things. One is the thing in your folder which says a peculiar item. There is a photo which can be, if you want to throw that up on the screen too. It's not too troubling. And then she reaches another pocket, and he has a dead fish.
Interesting.
Detect magic.
The tablet has a kind of a faint magic on it. It doesn't seem. It seems like it's not finished. Like something else goes with this. If you look at the tablet, there is sort of an writing on it, and there are like 4 weird little impressions that look kind of like feet.
Ah. Yep. Paw prints. Cool. That's neat.
Okay, so I will give you a little bit of cultural detail here before you decide what to do. Basically, crimes are handled by the adjudicators, but no elders want you going to the adjudicator first. This is possibly a very embarrassing kind of thing. Mostly clans police themselves, and when they can't, that's when the adjudicators step in, and then it's the vanquisher's problem. So you have the opportunity to go tell them what's going on, but maybe you shouldn't. You might want to talk to your Dragonborn friends about what they want to do, or not. Shaysa is like, should we go tell them that this is here, or should we just go home right now?
Yeah.
Neither. It's Ash Day. We don't want to spoil anyone's Ash Day, and we don't want to spoil, especially our Ash Day. Going home would be what I would call spoiling an Ash Day. On the other hand, I'm open to suggestions.
Well, your friend is Kenshin Telekor. He's Kenshin Telekor.
The fish. It's for pleasing cats. What else would you have a dead fish in your pocket?
For a snack? I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
It's Ash Day. No one wants fish breath.
Good call.
That's probably true.
Real quick. What was the cat magnet? What does it look like?
It's a bunch of leaves that are kind of in a little like a wad.
I bet you there's one down here that's tormenting the priest, by the way. Did I notice one?
You didn't look around for it, but also the way that the kitty magnet was supposed to work, that you would smash it. So there would be maybe little bits of leaf in the grass that might be hard to find. But he also mentioned, Ziusudra mentioned that it lasts for a minute. Those cats have been coming all day.
Got it.
So that's a lot of kitty magnets. It's a real dedication to the prank.
Fish doesn't radiate magic.
No, it's just a fish.
Okay. We'll have to keep that for the kitty.
I need a drink, I think. I don't know. Is that a real feeling?
Let's go out. Let's get out and get in the place, the car chow.
Yes, we should
You
rejoin.
can just
our
say tea house.
friends.
Okay, so your friends, not knowing any of this has gone on, you have gone into the chow cartel. It is full of people from Djerad Kethendi and beyond. You see the piercings of just about every clan and scales of every color. There are people sitting at low tables where they stand against the walls. There are actually a pair of puppeteers here. It's a gnome and a Diamneri putting a little puppet show in the front of the room. There's 2 doors, the one you came in and then one against the back wall that kind of seems to go into the kitchens and cellars. You see 2 tables full of young Dragonborn that you know. One that is kind of close to the doors, and then one that is over by the fireplace. You can go up to the bar and get a drink, or they also do have savory barathai if you're hungry. I will tell you, you see at the door table is Soraya, Anna Patron, Zarath, and Remy, who are all Dragonborn you know from Lance Defenders. At the fireplace table, you see Hirosham. You see 2 humans, Rajni and Adapa. And then you see a guy you don't know who is got Bertha to Sergeish piercings on his jaw.
I don't remember how much Chesh told me, but Chesh was telling me about somebody who came from Westgate or whatever.
Yes.
Does that match?
Yes, I think so. Chesh, I think that makes sense for you to assume that because Chesh did tell you about Bertha Sergeish guy named Vanek who had fled Westgate because he was being chased by vampires. That's what Chesh heard.
Okay.
Westgate sucks, I hear.
Nancy and Kiara and Chesh are all still like hanging around with you. Chesh sees the group of that more people and he's like, hey, and he goes over and sits down with them. But you guys can choose where you want to go.
I mean, Para's interested in the vampire escape and all that, so she's gonna go see that guy.
Right. Anybody going with Para?
I want to try and buy a drink for Nancy.
Okay. So there is apple brandy. Just real quick, there's apple brandy. For Dragonborn strength, it is 1 silver piece. For Tiefling or human strength, it is 5 silver pieces. There is also ale, and there's tea.
Which one looks like the most, like the coolest thing? Like, what's everyone else drinking?
Apple brandy is pretty popular. It is
Okay.
It is the season for it.
Okay.
And it's also the strongest thing. Also,
What is a good soldier's drink?
apple brandy. You can try
Okay.
the ale. Ale in Tymanther is hit or miss. It's
Okay.
not something you have it's sort of like buying microbrews in the mid. In my experience. I'll admit I've been a while. I grew up in St. Louis where everybody drinks Anheuser-Busch and when microbrews started popping up, it was a little like, okay, that's what. But there's good stuff. There is good stuff. I shouldn't say that. But anyway, it's a little hit or miss. You can also get tea and put brandy in it. So okay, so you and Nancy, you're gonna buy a drink for Nancy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so that is 2 silver pieces.
Okay.
Okay, so while you're doing that, then the table that's with Vanek. So you approach the table. You see they're playing a game. Maybe you think it's a game. It's not a game you're familiar with. There's dice on the table. Everybody's got like paper and styluses, and a Hirosham, who is a thin Vimery boy with Classian piercings. He's got little black cubes. He's holding this book. He says, "Okay, so Enkidu's mace strikes home. The mad Lamasu collapses to the ground, shaking the earth like an earthquake. Yeah. So you saved the city, and citizens are very thankful." And he sees you walk up, and he just kind of freezes. And then the Verthis the Thurgesh guy turns and he's like, "Oh, hey, did you need something?" Henson, where are you actually? Real quick.
Can I be with have followed them?
Yeah. So he sees you and he goes, "Oh,
Vendeth also.
boy, does she? That means she wants me to come talk to her now."
To who? What?
Oh, the matriarch, Nala.
Oh yeah. No, she didn't send me for you. I'm just kind of wandering around. What are you
That's a
guys
good
playing here?
It's a game Hersham made up, and Hersham's kind of blushing. He's like, it's kind of like pretending, but with rules.
Oh.
It's set in ancient Unther. I'm really
Mm.
interested in ancient Unther.
And they've got like, is it like
fine.
they have little
Mhm.
figures on the table and stuff, just like it's a.
That would be a really good addition. I like that. I wonder
Because I want to do my typical move that I do whenever I see anyone playing D&D, and that is like push over several of the figures and say the Tarrasque shows up and kills everyone. But instead of the Tarrasque, because we're Dragonborn, I'm going to say Tiamat shows up and kills everyone.
You know what? I will say he has little glass figurines.
Do people love that move?
They do not.
Okay.
Especially not my players.
Why does he do it every session?
Yeah.
No, what you need to we did that at the game I played where the cat knocked them because the cat had Trask's tail. Well, whenever somebody got knocked over by the cat, they were killed by the Trask.
Hersham looks a little like you think she might be making fun of him.
I pat him on the back heartily and say, I'm only kidding with you. This looks like a lot of fun. And I'll, of course, also offer him a sausage roll also and be like, I'd play with you if you have an extra spot.
Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, delete all that.
Vendeth will hold out the little wish whatever glass figure that he got at
The Wemmick?
Wemmick and say, this would make a fine addition to your game, I think. And I give it to him. Give it to Harisham. And I say, also, I heard that you much liked the stories of ancient Unther, so I have written for you some fan fiction. And I reach in and I pull out of my thing some sheets of paper of really, really horribly written fan fiction of ancient Unther. And I say, it is, the Fandorian people have a tradition of writing stories based on history, but that is not quite true, and that where you combine other myths together and mush them, but here, I tried, and here.
Harsham is quite confused, but he can sense you are engaging him on one of his particular favorite topics. So he likes that, and he likes the glass. You two are giving him attention that he's a little flustered by.
Well, Para's ignoring him.
He kind of goes, did you mean to give this to Vanek?
No, that is for you. That is for... So I have spoken to another about her eggs. So I have settled that matter, and I think I did very well. I think I'm in there. And I will speak to another about furthering the honor of our clan. But I am very interested. I have heard many tales of you, and it sparks my interest. For I wish to build a better and new future, and I think that your imagination and creativity very much appeal to me. And yes, and my scales like flutter a little bit, and there might be like I don't know. Yeah, they might be yeah. So I'm hiding one because it's kind of like a little swollen and it's embarrassing. So
Okay,
just casually going like this.
You have clearly made an impression. Okay, Para, did you want to continue talking to Vanek?
Yes. So this is a cool game. I heard that you actually fought vampires in Westgate.
What? Where did you hear that?
Oh, I mean, that's just what I heard. So you didn't?
I mean, I did kind of. I mean,
Well,
fighting is it's a complicated situation. Is all I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, a
It
lot of
sounds
world out
really
there.
brave.
Thank you. He kind of pauses. He's like, yeah, it's just there's a lot of cool places out there, a lot of interesting people to meet. And you have to fight a vampire or two.
Did you
Well, that's just what you gotta do.
do any magic? Do you like magic?
I think it is extremely helpful to have someone who does magic by your side. I'll say that.
Oh, well, I mean, maybe for your call, you should find somebody like that, right?
Maybe. Sort of not sure about this whole call thing.
But I mean, if you found somebody who could like go with you to places, then that would also still be exciting.
That's true. Do you like going places?
I kind of do. I mean, I could play in your game if you wanted. Like, I have a little figure. You could have the figure. She gives him a little jackal.
Sorry, I have to check. I will tell you those glass pieces. Like, there's like one person loves each of them. So giving someone a present is always nice, but giving them the exact right one is very. Okay.
Well, I mean, so if I was to like converse with him like about the figures, would there be a way to figure out like if there's one he wants for the game or something where she could like run back and get it?
You could probably. I will say, his is a little obscure, but if you talk to him for a while, you could probably pick it out.
I'm in the same clan, so if there's any information I know that might be helpful to Rhiannon, I'd share it to kind of wingman her.
So you do not know Vanek very well. He's definitely a different line.
He's been gone.
He's been it's a little scandalous. Like, he kind of left for a while, and you kind of get the feeling he maybe got tricked into coming back for a call. Like maybe they're like, oh, no,
Probably
your grandma's
Mahen.
dying. Mahen would be like, kids, stay away. But you, if you want to keep talking to him for a little bit, you can.
Okay.
I am gonna say, Vandeth, Soraya sees you, and she's like, oh, it's the big man. Are you having any luck?
Soraya?
Soraya, yeah. She's kind of busting your.
Oh, sorry. I was reading up on it. Of course, Enlil blesses me this day. I have had much luck. I have made, I think, a very good bid for the future of our line of fertilizing many eggs. I think I have secured a good match for my heart. I wish to speak to you, cousin, though, for I think that you and I would do well to partner for the future of our clan, because, I believe that you one day will be Lord Vanquisher, and I one day shall be the chosen of Enlil. And I think that together we may rule our people and guide them to a better future. Or they are stuck too much in the ways. I mean, everybody's all, in the old days, back in the other world, we did it this way, and this is the way we should do it. And I think that you and I can lead them into a better future, taking full advantage of this world that we find ourselves
Are you implying I can't make a call?
in. Of
Because
course
I
you can
like
make a
this
call.
clan.
I have made a call. As I said, I have made arrangements elsewhere to fertilize eggs and to secure my heart. This, I believe, would be more of a strategic partnership for us to.
She's intrigued. She says, "Yeah, I just don't see the point in making this into like a romance thing.
I agree.
It's kind of just gets in the way of, my lance defending. I mean, I am a bat rider, So
I have heard of your exploits, and they are mighty. Perhaps you have heard of me. I was the defeater of the Skull General and the Scourge of the auxiliary archers of the Unther division.
Yeah, I know. You told everybody at family dinner.
Yes, I also have recently defeated the champion in the games here at, what was her name? I can't remember.
Kashari? No, sorry, that was Kashid.
Started with the, Kashid. I have recently defeated Kashid, who, after they defeated the prince and established myself well. So I think that you would, I think that I am worthy of you and you are worthy of me, and we together would make a great. Yes, he is a sad excuse for a prince, but he is a prince nonetheless.
That's interesting. So at this table is also Anna Patron and Remy and Zarath. Remy hears your talk about many eggs, and she's like, "Oh," and she says, "Do you want to have a lot of eggs?"
Let's see. So what do I know about Remy? What do I know about Remy?
Remy is definitely very family oriented. I don't know if any of your friends have told you anything else about Remy.
Okay.
Halcyon might have told you that she is an amazing axe thrower.
Oh. Ranged weapons, not my favorite, but still.
You like kids?
I will. Well, I wish to have many offspring to further that I may teach them the ways of Enlil, and they may spread his word throughout the kingdom. Yes.
Oh.
Do you appreciate Uncle Lightning Breath, whatever he is? I can't remember.
Yes, I think that it's an interesting conversation about, and she kind of like launches into this whole thing about the sort of the way that they've chosen to worship this this god. While you guys are talking, Halcyon and Kurum and Shesa come in. Kurum, you have told me that you go to the bar and you buy a round of brandy for the table and slip something special into one of the cups. So you can bring those over if you want. Oh, you're muted.
Are muted? It's got to be once per stream.
And this sounds super shady, so maybe we should clarify what you're putting in the cups as soon as possible.
Yeah, no, it'll be clear.
So he actually just pays the waiter to do it because he doesn't want to be connected with it.
Got it. So do you want to tell everybody what you slip in the drink?
Oh, it's a fart tablet.
Fart tablet.
Oh,
Skull of Humbaba. Okay. So the waiter like passes out and says, I don't know, I kind of like this Untheran thing. Like it's funny. I actually am really excited to watch this one play out because that guy has been a lot. So brings out apple brandies for everybody. Zarath takes his. Who is standing at that table? It's just Bandeth. Zarath is going to lean back and look out over at Fixiris and Nanshi and make a very suggestive face as he drinks his drink. The fart tablet.
Oh my goodness, where are your kids, Aaron? They would love this.
For real, we are very much in the fart is the funniest word phase. So he gets a look on his face that's sort of alarmed and rips one. And looks around.
Holy, oh my.
He sort of jumps up from the table. He looks furious. But as he jumps up, another one squeaks out. And at this point, it is very clear that that's not going to stop. So Zarath,
please, just
he's gonna look at you, Kurum, like he's pretty sure you did this. He does not know how. And he's gonna run for the door, and every step, another one out.
Oh my God! Someone light a match! Someone light a match!
No, don't light a match unless you are fireproof.
Oh, I've heard that about that guy. I swear, but I. Oh my God! Oh.
Oh. Okay. So there are things are going to happen here, but if you guys want to tell your friends what you found, this is a good time.
Oh. The best way to do it is this.
A dramatic reenactment?
Real quick, just a little. Tell me who this is.
Ooh.
He does a disguise self as the dead person.
Nice.
Okay.
Getting a good look.
This is a weird game, but okay.
Charades.
Yeah.
You do that, and Nancy turns around and she's like, "Why are you wearing Artishus's face?"
Sorry, who?
Artishus?
Artist.
Tangent teller Artishus? That's my teacher.
Whose teacher is that?
That is Nancy's teacher.
Nancy.
That is her necromancer teacher.
Ooh.
Does Para know?
Para, yeah, you probably know him. He is the younger brother of Lahar. He's kind of the black sheep of the family.
Oh, he's from that. Oh God, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So the younger brother of Bashir, the person who died.
Bashir is his father. Bashir is Lahar and
right.
father.
Got it.
People are. Ooh. Ooh.
So did you Crumb? Did you see him? What?
What's his name again?
Artishus.
Maybe. Yeah. What? Helicon? Sorry.
Yes.
Yang Yang's character.
Halcyon.
Maybe you could say something. I'm feeling distressed.
All right. Well, we happened upon this body by pure chance in a closet. This body was killed with several knife wounds from somebody who was relatively their same height. It was not really much of a struggle. Perhaps they were surprised, or it was somebody that they knew. Beyond that, whoever killed this person is not as good as me at killing. And that's
Thanks, Alfie.
Jaisa pipes up and says,
He was running away, and he had a dead fish in his pocket, and he had this.
and she holds up the tablet that you found before.
the peculiar object. Yes.
Oh.
Do we recognize the writings upon the tablet or anything?
You guys don't.
Okay.
So Para, like, she's a lens defender. She's not gonna, but she's like kind of rattled, and so Vanek, like, she's right next to him because she was talking to him. So she's gonna like end up like kind of trying to clutch his like upper arm a little bit, unless he shakes her off, and then she'll be like, "Oh no, I didn't do that." But
No,
I think
you did
Fixiris is watching Nancy very closely and like trying to decide if she needs to comfort her or like if Nancy's mad, then she's also going to be mad. Like she doesn't know how to react to this information.
And she's definitely surprised. She is she is someone who kind of isn't extremely expressive with her feelings, but you can tell she was not expecting to hear that he was dead. And she seems sad, but in a slightly distant way.
Insight check on her.
Okay.
Is she the killer?
She definitely seems. Oh wow. Okay. So here's what you know about Nancy. Here's what you can tell. Nancy is surprised. She is kind of upset. You can also tell that Kiara is looking at her very closely. You get the impression Kiara thought that Nancy was a little closer to Artishus. Like, maybe she was hot for teacher. But looking at Nancy's face, she was not. She's surprised and she's upset, but this is not crushing. I mean, I don't mean to make it sound like she didn't care that he's dead. But
yeah.
It's sort of like, oh, dang, not, no! So you don't think she did the killing. She seems shorter than the body you found. So Halcyon's assessment would not be true.
Was he a tall person?
of guy, a little tall, but not like crazy tall, not like Donner.
Oh,
But what did Vanek think of Para like?
You got a heart for it.
Oh, okay.
Definitely get an inside check the whole table in case anybody's like.
Everybody is surprised. Everybody is a little interested. Like, what's happening? Hirosham leads in and he's like, wait, what's that thing you have? Wait, what's written on it? Do you want to let Shasa give it to him?
Mm-hmm.
So he kind of pokes at it and he's like, this is ancient Untheric. I think it says, well, I can't tell all the words. Something about someone holding a flame, maybe a fire? Something about fire. That word's fire. This is I mean, if it's real, is it? Wow. He's kind of excited. This is kind of cool.
Is it possible this tablet is supposed to hold a fire?
I mean, I don't know. This is sort of looks like it's a name for something. So maybe it's the name of the tablet or the name of what it holds or the name of the person that owned it. Just the way it's got the significance. Maybe it's carrier. Shasa is sitting here going like, I have to tell somebody.
Vandeth wants to like and get, like express interest next to Hirosham because obviously Hirosham's interested in it, but then he realizes it's kind of awkward to like try and do that while also Soraya is there, and so he says, Soraya, I forgot. Mehen told us to tell the prince to go wherever. I can't remember where.
Technically, Para already took care of that.
Oh, did she? I didn't remember.
However, you guys didn't actually give Kiara the little coin pouch that you're supposed to give her.
All
Okay.
right.
Well, I didn't remember. I don't know that I noticed that she did that. So
Okay, that's fair.
I thinking, of course, that Soraya is completely convinced by my brilliant argument on why we should be partners, and completely her like interest in the prince going. Whoosh, I say you should go find this prince and tell him, give him Mehen's message. Yes.
Okay. Thanks for the tip.
Yeah, he's over. I think last time I saw him at the games, losing.
All right. So Soraya leaves. She takes
Not like me, who won. Did I mention that I won?
She's gonna take Remy with her actually.
Okay.
Since they are besties. Okay, so you have so you right now, Shasa is insistent that you have to tell someone. She thinks you should tell Kenton Tellercore Lahar, because this is his brother. This seems like this is who should like. She feels very strongly you have to tell an elder, and this is the elder, because otherwise they have to go talk to Finchalagia or Kaigia. She doesn't know her, and nobody knows her, so that seems really hard. And she's kind of babbling a lot.
Where would we find him?
Oh, in the Enclave. Like they have an Enclave. You have an Enclave here, right? She says to Para.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I think I should, and you guys should come with me. I don't want to go alone, but I can go tell. I can lead you to the Enclave.
Okay.
We should bring Hirosham because he could read the tablet, and we might need him or something.
Do we need to do anything with the body first?
I wonder if it's wise to say anything about the tablet.
Does Nancy look like she recognizes the tablet since there's cat prints on it?
She does not.
Well, is there somebody that we could trust to like stand outside the door of the here while we go tell somebody?
Nancy is going to volunteer. Because Arsha's her teacher.
We don't want this getting out.
So before you go, before Nancy goes, she is going to pull Fixiris aside and say, "Listen, maybe this is weird, but when you're done, do you want to meet me in the catacombs?"
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Vixirus isn't gonna say anything, but she's gonna make. She has prestidigitation, so she's gonna make a little prestidigitation like cat on her hand. You can't see it on her hand, and then have it like jump over onto Nancy's shoulder and like rub on her a little bit, and then say, "Okay."
Nice.
And she's gonna go, "You're weird. I like it." Vanek overhears this and says to Para, like, "Oh, people still do that?"
I mean, it's fun, so I hear. I mean,
Maybe if
after,
your friend's sitting down there, maybe you can meet me down there too.
yeah, sounds fun.
Hallison is going to peer outside a window into the distance, perhaps towards the harbor. How many ships are sailing there?
You, from where you are, can see 3 ships, but the bulk of the city is in the way for the most of it.
Mm. 3
I'm just
ships,
gonna
huh?
look over at Halcyon and go.
I don't know what that means. I'm so excited to find out.
Okay, no, it was just a dumb reference to shipping.
Oh. Well, Harosham is coming with you, and he keeps looking between Henson and Vandeth. The Kiara is gonna kind of go to you, Henson, and be like, I'm gonna go to the bazaar. If you're around later. Bop out of there.
Oh, and going to the bazaar, I can say that reminds Para, like, oh, the coins. I don't know who actually would have them in their possession. Maybe Henson?
Sure, because Man was my great uncle. He probably would have given them to me, so I'll give her the coins that I have since forgotten why we had them for her.
They are much like you were all gifted coins by your parents and your aunties and your uncles for having fun on Ash Day. They are fun. They are fun money.
Oh, okay.
From her mother.
And I'll relay that to her as best I can.
Okay.
So Kiara asked Henson to basically suggested to Henson that she meet him. There?
She less strongly like Vanek and Nancy. That was an invitation.
Yeah.
Kiara is more like, you're interesting. If you're around.
I'd love to talk to you some more later. Perhaps is what I say. I'll meet you in the bazaar.
And so when she goes, Vandeth will say to Henson, "No need to thank me for setting that up. Like, obviously, it was all of my saying that you liked her that did that. But just remember, you can love, but fertilizing the eggs, no. That's
Vandeth, I forgot to give you some hearts.
Good job.
When Remy is leaving, she's like, maybe you'll come by the bazaar too. Just out of earshot of Soraya, because she doesn't want to make Soraya mad. Okay, so you guys are heading toward the Kanjin Telekor, right? Okay, so just as you know, you go into the city. The gates are there's sort of an honor guard standing there, but people are just going in and out. There's this really beautiful banner stretched across with a red dragon on fire painted the length of it. With a bunch of unpierced Dragonborn represented. You all know this depicts the Battle of the Crippled Mountain and the 4 Viamniri who cast the Eye of Blazing Roarn into the Celestial Mountain and turned Rodro Lythar Nestrix into Cajun dragon bites.
Oh yeah, that old story.
You also notice 3 of those Dragonborn are significantly bigger than the 4th one. And Henson, you know that is probably because 3 of those are Vithisa Thurgiash ancestors. And that means this is a Vithisa Thurgiash gift, which means Anala is definitely in the city somewhere. Your matriarch is here.
Oh, geez. I'll keep my head down.
So you go in. There are stairs that lead up to the enclaves. There are stairs that go down to the catacombs. And there are also stages which are showing Ash Day plays on the market floor, which has been sort of opened up and the bazaar moved outside. So we are heading up to the enclaves. There are enclaves for Ovish Talagir, Linksaka Sendalor, Prexajandalin, Tlassian, Kenjin, Telekor, and the Kota Ari Rilum. So if we are heading toward Kanjin Telekor, Hera knows where she's going.
Yep, I'm just opening the map too.
The visitor guide to this city is quite impressive.
Okay, so and of course I've numbered these all goofy. So as you walk in, they see Para. The guards, they see Para. They know Para. They let you in without any question. You pass through, I assume, the waiting room that's sort of meant for people who are petitioning the elder. You pass in through sort of an entrance hall, which is very impressive. It has a very high skylight, but you don't remember seeing any skylights on the roof, so you think this is probably magical. It's decorated with more sort of ancestor stories with trees in the corner that have like a nice pleasant scent. And if you want to continue on, I assume you're heading straight for the elders, but yeah. So you go into the elders' audience chamber. This is a long room. It is hung with trophies. There are dragon skulls and dragon skins. There's also an Untheran battle flag. The bad Untherans, to be clear. The Gilgim Untherans. There's also great swords of dead matriarchs and patriarchs, the status swords, hanging on the walls. So at the end of the room, there is a dais with the elder's throne. There is a great sword laid across it. And you see a man standing at a table against the wall, looking at some scrolls. That is Kenjin Telekor Lahar. There's also a door on the right of the dais. So he sees you come in and he's like, sorry, can I help you?
So Para's gonna come forward. It's yes,
right?
Para. It's important. We found something, and Halcyon will tell you about what they found, because I didn't see it, but it's important.
My lord, it is a great honor to be able to be in your presence and share with you and to be of use to you in any way. Summary memories. I tell him everything.
So you're telling him you found Artishisk, or was that what's in the summary, or?
Yes, I tell him everything except for about the peculiar object.
Okay.
And after I finish saying all of that, I shoot Kurum a telling look.
Kurum, you want to tell everybody what you're doing?
Yeah. Oh, well, no, he's standing behind everyone.
Okay.
So but I guess Halcyon would notice. Actually, as soon as the name came up, at
Artishisk.
Artishisk, he would drop the illusion and just act as if nothing happened. But also, he wants to do an insight check on Lahar.
Do it.
14.
He seems surprised at this news, but not super surprised.
What about when he saw the illusion?
He looked confused.
But not like horrified.
Not like horrified.
That's pretty sus. Not gonna lie.
He seems really he just seems kind of stiff as a person.
Mm-hmm.
He says he says, well, that's shocking. Well, Artist just got up and did some sketchy stuff. My father, or our father, he always looked the other way, because he's his son. You can keep talking to him. Make a persuasion check about making him talk more about Artist.
Was there did he have any kind of relationship with Partiva?
Ravita?
Ravita.
She worked for Bashir. But she doesn't work for the clan anymore, obviously.
Right. But never worked for Artifice.
No. I don't know why he'd hire an antiquary. I don't know why my father hired an antiquary most of the time.
Well, it's very, very tragic.
Yes, I should probably go get some people to retrieve him. Is there anything else?
Yeah.
Did you find anything strange on him?
I shoot Kurum a knowing look.
A fish.
Fish.
Was he fond of cats?
Did you find a cat with him?
there were cats everywhere, and he stunk of cat piss.
Yeah, but no cat with him.
Why would there be a cat with him?
It just stands to reason. Fish, cat piss smell. I'm gonna go find a page to send for the adjudicators. Thank you for bringing this to my attention.
Okay, before he goes, I mean, it's possible we could get information about this tablet from him. My initial instinct was if he is possibly, a suspect, then so my assessment for my 14 insight check is that he's.
You can't tell really. He seems very stiff. He doesn't seem. He seems surprised about Artishisk, but not shocked. He when you started on the cat, he definitely that was sort of weird. That thing about like, oh well, there was a fish, so of course I asked about the cat, was a little odd.
I guess I'll keep my mouth shut.
Okay. He leaves to go deal with this unwelcome surprise. What do you guys want to do?
Check out this cool room.
Well, Para just lives here. I mean, Para's got a date in the catacombs.
Para could tell you that the door that leads off of the Elder's audience chamber is the Patriarch's quarters. So.
Oh snap!
Yeah.
One has invisibility spells for a reason.
And he's not here, so.
I'll be right back.
Okay. This. Let me double check real quick.
One of my two slots.
Okay. So the door is unlocked. You go in, I assume. You pass, there's some stairs that kind of go up into the higher levels of the enclave, which is mostly just living space. There's a sitting room. There's a table with chairs around it and the remains of a meal on the sideboard. There's a map open on the table, and then there's another door.
Okay. Look at the map quickly to see if anything's like circled in big red highlighter.
Oh, there's some X's all over it. It's a map of Tymanther. You can see the new border inked on top. So where the sort of the lines between returned Unther and Tymanther are on the northern edge. There are X's kind of scattered over the land there. 2 on the green fields, which is to the south of you. One of the X's is on Djerad Kethendi. It is circled.
Take a mental picture of that. Okay. And then up, next room.
Okay, that door's locked. Can any of you unlock a door?
Wait, I don't know if I can. I bet you Halcyon can.
I can kick it.
Stand by while D&D Beyond freaks out.
I am very strong.
I don't know if I want to get anybody else involved in this though, because I'm invisible. They'll get caught. But
well, you do know that that Lahar has left.
Yeah.
And if you listen at that door, there's nobody. You don't
Okay,
hear
so I
anybody
just
in the
open
room.
the door and I go, this way, come here.
But that's the patriarchs. We shouldn't go.
I said anything. I close the door.
She's just gonna push you and be like, "No, there's a story in there."
Well, I mean, I'll come to make sure that you don't disturb anything.
That's really good.
Okay, what was I looking at?
Whether any of you can pick the lock.
Oh yes.
I once kicked down the entire shield wall of the 3rd division of the Unther things. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So I can't pick a lock. Are we going to have him break the door down?
Pick the lock. I can't. I have.
I also have acid breath. I could melt the lock.
So here's your choices. If none of you have lock picks, then you can knock the door down. The other thing, Para, you would know that this door has to be unlocked by people who are helping out. So if you were on kitchen duty or herald duty, you would need to be able to get in there and get to the patriarch. So there are definitely keys you could go snatch.
Hiroshima could spit acid on it too, because we both are.
That's right. I forgot Hiroshima was with you when he's going.
Hiroshima, right? Me and you. See? Copper skin, acid. It's the best. It's not acid breath is the best breath.
Yes, commit a crime and leave plenty of evidence.
No,
we have this in common, you and I.
I'll get the keys if that means that nothing is going to be melted.
Okay.
Like, promise while I'm gone. Okay. And so then she's going to go get the keys because, like, we minimize the damage.
You head over to the kitchen duty quarters. I assume you're going to go kind of quick.
Yes.
You don't want anybody to stop you. You can kind of go through the pockets of the aprons and you find the key. There is actually, so just looking at the map I gave you, the kitchen duty quarters, they approach a back door to the bedroom, which you can go through, so you don't have to walk all the way around. I mean, you still could, because we're just describing this, and you could just say, "Oh, I walk really fast." But I like efficiency, so
that means that she'll like sort of open it for them from the other side because she's coming in the back. Okay.
Yep. Probably scare the crap out of all of them.
Actually, just because she's a little bit annoyed that like they're making her act out inside her own clan's enclave, she's gonna like sneak up to the door like really quiet and then like turn it really quiet if she can and then just like burst it open.
Okay, so you're all standing around. You may be trying to look around for something that might be a lockpick. You might be looking at the map. You might be, sitting there imagining yourself as patriarch someday.
It's best to get in the room.
And then all of a sudden the door flies open. But fortunately, it is not Patriarch Lahar standing there. It is Para.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Zareth wasn't here because he would have ripped one right when she surprised him.
No.
He's probably still trying to find some quiet corner to get all his farts out. Okay, this bedroom is in utter disarray. It doesn't look as if anybody slept in here recently. Maybe nobody slept here since Baishir died. Like it seems like it's been tossed, but not really lived in. There's a chest of drawers that are hanging open. There are two chests at the foot of the bed and a nightstand. The bed has been stripped and the mattress is kind of ajar, like someone has been looking around. What do you guys want to look at?
Ledger, journal, papers.
There's stuff. Seems like there's sort of stuff sticking out of things. You can look at the chest. You can look at the chest of drawers. You can look at the nightstand.
Nightstand chest. That's what I want.
All right. So you. We lost somebody.
Yeah, computer crash said in the chat.
Oh, sorry, I missed it. Okay. So we'll say Henson is chatting up Harisham right now. Okay. So the nightstand. Sitting on top of the nightstand is a book. You can open a book file and look at it. It has been written on by someone, but it is a sort of a primer on ancient Unther and the pantheon of ancient Unther.
Ooh, where are the annotations? What here? Annotations.
Are you opening the thing? You have the file, Stephen.
Oh, it's a file. I thought it was a.
Oh yeah. So it is in the game. It is a book, but in your file that I sent, in your folder that I sent you, it is the one that's called a book.
Swear to God, I did not get a folder. I looked through all.
Weird. Okay.
Yeah, I looked through everything from Aaron, and there was no file. I got some individual files, but.
Well, it's in. I will tell you, it's in the Dungeon Scrawlers G drive. If you want to get it. Or we can someone can kind of sum it up. You can also keep looking. You can pass the book off to somebody, make an investigation check on the nightstand.
Okay.
Pantheon of Ancient Unther, a primer. Is this what we are?
That is the book that Corum has just handed you, Vandef.
Hiroshima, this seems quite up your alley. Okay. I don't know. Is it being shown on? No, but you can't see it. Okay. Well, interesting. It seems to be very heavily annotated. including someone wrote Hennish in it. That doesn't seem very scholarly. But should what do you think, Harisham?
Okay, Harisham takes it from you. He says, "Oh, this is interesting. Well, it's not complete, but this looks like a list of all the gods of Unther. Someone's kind of there's a big cross out on Gilgame.
Is there a
That
cat
guy is
god?
in Hanish.
Is there a cat god?
Cat god? No, not really. So some of these have.
I get in close to Harisham to look at the book with him.
You cuddle in.
Yes.
So some of these have been X'd with the word no. Untherans is crossed out. Marduk is crossed out. Tiamat is crossed out. There is an X next to Nanasin, and it says Vivesh Nanari. You know that Nanasin was the god that they found basically in the basement of Djerad Kethendi, who bunch of weird stuff that was when you were kids. Kind of got resurrected into the dragon turtle. That's what they say anyway. So the dragon turtle Vivesh Nanari used to be an Untheric moon god. Weird stuff happens with gods. I don't know why you mess with them. Enlil is listed on here. There is an X and it says Kepesh Kmolix. And then the other gods have had the word god tomb circled on them. There's a god called Guru, who was known as the Undying Flame. It was impossible to approach him without being harmed by his intense heat. He is a god of fire and magic. He was killed in the Orc Gate Wars and interred in a god tomb. There's a goddess Inanna, who's a powerful goddess of war and love. She was once the wife of Enlil, but they did not get along.
I heard she is very powerful, but not as powerful as Sharindlar.
She was known to travel in a chariot pulled by 7 flying lions, and her followers were exhorted to follow their passions and not Enlil's laws. She was also killed in the Orc Gate Wars and interred in a god tomb. For some reason, she was called the Keeper of the Flame. Nobody knows why. And then the third one that is circled is Utu, who is the Untheric god of the sun, who's worshipped as the unbalanced for reasons that were not recorded. Constantly bathed in golden light, killed in the Orc Gate Wars, interred in a god tomb. Harshin explains to you that the Orc Gate Wars was like this big battle between the Orcish pantheon and the Untheric pantheon, and the Untheric gods did not come out of it well.
Okay, keeper of the flame, carrier of the flame on our tablet.
Harshin says, yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Uru. Okay. So Uru was the flame. Inanna was the keeper of the flame.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and lions, they're not cats, but
Kitty
we were asking about cat goddess, and that's the only cat, I think.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay. And they must be, what's his name, must have been looking for god tombs in the desert.
Or he found a god tomb and was trying to figure out which god it was.
Yeah.
What was it on the map downstairs? What was the place that was circled in red?
The main city, Djerad Kethendi, was circled and had an X on it, and it was circled.
Where's okay? Are we in that city?
You are not. You are in the next city over.
But wasn't Nana Sin was his tomb there?
Yes.
Yeah.
You recall, in fact, that Djerad Kethendi is built out of the remains of a shattered god tomb. It turns out that Nana Sin's god tomb was the original structure of Djerad Kethendi. You guys just improved it. Do you want to? You can continue investigating the nightstand. There is still a chest of drawers, and there are 2 chests.
Halcyon,
Yes.
help me out over here.
All right. What would you like assistance with?
Checking out the tomb. I mean the nightstand.
Oh, the nightstand. Yes, some people consider that a tomb for books.
Tomb for all the books we never get to.
Yeah.
Van leans into Harumish and says, if you put those 3 together, Guru and Utu all run together, I think that is ancient Unther for socks that are yet not too dirty to wear. Is that not correct? I try to remember my ancient Unther just to impress him.
I don't think
Maybe that is a clue.
right,
And they are
but-
looking in maybe we should look in the sock drawer.
All right, you want to check this out? All right, make an investigation roll.
Is that also for the nightstand?
This for the chest of drawers. So
Okay.
give me the nightstand roll.
Investigation?
Yep.
12.
12. Okay. This had a false bottom. Someone has knocked it out. And whatever is in there, it's gone.
gosh.
All right, chest of drawers.
I got a 9.
You're very distracted
Plus 0.
by Hersham.
Yes.
He smells nice.
Well, if Vandeth looks
He smells
like
better than
he's
socks.
not paying attention properly, Para, like she's not into this idea, but if we're going to do it, we should do it correctly.
Yes.
So she's going to come and investigate the chest of drawers properly, hopefully.
I can offer you guidance before you do it and let you add
Very
4
nice.
to your roll.
Nice.
Nice. So that is going to be 21.
Okay.
Ooh.
So you go through the drawers and you find the bottom drawer has a false bottom that somebody missed.
Ah.
If you knock it out, you find a sack of platinum coins,
Oh, nice.
a diary, which is the PDF in your file,
Mm.
and
Kitty.
Oh, what?
Wow.
See, I told you we should check the sock drawer.
Yeah.
the diary is a rather large file, so I wouldn't suggest putting it on the stream. But if somebody wants to skim through it and summarize, that would be appropriate.
Left Djerad Thymar for Djerad Kethendi. Arrived Kethendi. 2 horses. Had morning feast with Lahar. Waiting.
And while she's going through that, you can, I mean, there's a lot, it's a diary. There's a lot
Sure.
of stuff in there that's like blah, blah, blah. If
Skip to
anybody
end. That's
wants-
usually the best part.
if anybody wants to check out this golden lion,
Yeah.
it is just sitting there now.
Yeah.
Cyrus would like to also because it's like a cat. and
I'll
now
give
she
you the.
thinks Nancy wants everything to do with cats.
I'll give you
just
the
put those
aid
two together.
action.
Cat girlfriends.
I'll give you
What's
the
that?
help action to give you advantage.
Okay.
Wait,
Am
what are
I
you going to do?
rolling? Can I pick it up?
You can pick it up. Yeah.
Okay, and I just want to see if like I recognize it from anything that I've read, or if I can tell what it is, like if it's a
Make
funerary
an
object.
Arcana check.
Okay. Wow, that advantage helped me by 1 point. Okay.
Alright.
12.
Okay. You feel like you know something about the golden lion that does a thing. The magic item.
Does anyone know about a magic item that might do a thing? It's
Do
kind
I?
of shaped like a golden lion, like this one. I think that maybe this might be that.
I remember
I-
hearing of a very positive quote called the Yeah Yeah Yeahs, who said, "Gold lion gonna show you where the light is. It will show us where the light is, and there are flames in so maybe gold lion show us where the flames are. I don't know though.
Detect magic on the thing.
It is definitely magical.
Does its little paw prints fit into the paw prints on the tablet?
Which one did you do? It does not actually. The paw prints don't line up.
Hmm.
If you want to make if someone else wants to make an Arcana check,
Better
you
one.
be able to know more.
Does anybody have identify?
Yeah, identify would be really helpful.
So
If I know what it is as a person, can my character also know?
If you tell me a really good story about why your character knows, I will allow it.
Oh, geez.
Anything
Uh,
to say about it?
Para, if anybody like looks over, she probably I imagine Dragonborn can't like go pale. But
You decided they could blush, so why not?
that's true. So
You
she's
do
definitely
something that a human would interpret as going pale.
exactly.
Right?
She looks
Your
like
scales
staggered.
Go.
And she's like staring at the end of the diary. But
What's up?
I've Go ahead, Para.
Oh, okay. So the our artist was really actually there. Oh, come on, computer. Sorry, that was me like clicking on it. It was like, I'll show you a preview, but not actually the diary. Artist just was there. So they found a goddess in the tomb. They were excavating, and it was my patriarch who died and Parvita, and they found her, and they were gonna like, I guess, raise her, and they thought it didn't work, but then the last entry says it did. So what? They found a goddess?
Wait, what were you saying about Parvita?
She excavated it. That's what most of the diaries like. Oh, it's really boring. Like we're going around and excavating stuff. But then they found something. They found a tomb.
And they tried to raise a god.
A goddess.
And it didn't work.
At first.
And what happened to the patriarch?
Well, I mean, he's dead now. They said it was maybe a fever. So, but what if the goddess killed him?
It doesn't say that in the journal.
No, he was writing it. So I didn't write it after he was dead.
Oh, okay.
He goes back from the grave and goes, ow.
And I get in close to Hiroshima and I'm pointing at the book and I say, and Inanna was the only goddess who had god tombs circled, and she had flying lions in her, like mentioned, I think. It all comes together now.
And artist just was there, and what if Parvita's dead? Her brother at the shrine, I don't remember if he said he'd seen her lately, but what if she's dead too somewhere?
We saw her early this morning, right? She was the woman talking to the other man, the strange man or the strange male dragonborn in the market.
She said that the body, there was a body in the catacombs, maybe?
Yeah.
Bashir took it, and Lahar knows. Those are the things we know, but it was Parvita.
Yeah.
Oh, this is not good. I just remembered that Inanna, because I just read it, because I just remembered that Inanna was once the wife of Enlil, and she was not super happy with being wife of Enlil, and so she tried to turn people against Enlil, and then that. So if she is loose, it may not.
Should we go to the shrine, or because I mean,
which shrine?
But if Lahar is involved, then this is like more than Para can take. She's just like.
So, quick question: did anybody have roll about this? Otherwise, I'll put it down. Or a good story, Henson.
Well, there is. I've heard of the head of the monastery of the Yellow Rose that my trainer once served in. The head of the monastery, there's a man named Grandmaster Kane, and he's trading a student who's a dark elf named Dribit or Drizit or something like that. And
that's a weird name.
It's a very weird name. And it's strange for a dark elf to be here. And anyway, I've heard he has a little cat figurine, and when he uses it summons a great black panther. Perhaps this is something similar to that.
Oh, maybe he took it out of the tomb. That was the thing he took.
Yes.
Knows about it and looked for it, but didn't find the secret pass thing under the thingy. And then
anybody else make an Arcana check?
Maybe her cat was named Flame. It said she was summoner of the flame. So
now that Para's not doing the diary, Para can do an Arcana. 18.
Okay, Henson is right. You realize you're like, oh yeah, a figurine of wondrous power.
Yeah.
There are several types of these, and you do remember there is something about a golden lion, but they always come in pairs. There are always two golden lions, and they are summoned together.
So we need the other one, otherwise it cannot be summoned. Or
if we destroy this one, it can never be summoned.
No, don't destroy it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a lot for you guys. process. Let me make
One
sure
more
you
chest.
looked at everything.
I think there was one.
The chest. Yeah, you didn't look in the chest.
Okay.
Um,
Carefully open.
so actually, you don't have to investigate the chest. It's been busted open. And you find a bundle of letters there.
Ooh.
They are love letters. And you may read them. I can also kind of summarize. They're really, really mushy. They are from someone named N.
And
The first two are from N. The third one seems to be from Bashir, which says, "I love you. Perhaps it has taken me too long to realize it, but you are truly the one for me. The day would not be complete without you. You are my smile, my tears, my laughter, my heart, my soul. I love you. You are my everything. I never want to be without you. I want to grow old with you by my side. I love you now and forever, Nazari. You're only Bashir." But it has not been sent. Then
Still in her outbox.
yeah. The last letter is from N, who you can assume is Nazari. And she talks about how she's glad he's doing well. She got his letter. She'd say, I tell you I miss you, but it would be a lie. I don't even think of you every day anymore. I've got all these great adventures. She said, I wish you would have been with me, but your father would never have allowed that. So instead, I wish that you were happy, because I am happy, and I hope my wish came true. And she talks about how her patriarch has sort of trying to set up a column for her. There are some Easter eggs for Ashley the Tyrant. It doesn't really matter. She didn't have to marry Panjed, so that's good. And she also mentions that she hopes he's happy with Akadi, who, Para, is the wife of the patriarch, or now widow of the patriarch. So there are a couple of things. Akadi is probably staying in the Enclave. If you want to ask her any questions, that is possible. Artish's living quarters are here. You could go look in his room.
Yeah, I think we probably should.
Okay.
Kara wouldn't even object.
A couple of you have hot dates waiting for you in the catacombs. All right. So you want to go Artish's rooms?
Well, I mean, she will show people where they are, but then, you don't really need her or
just gonna go down.
Iris to to search, do you?
Go to Slith Party?
It's always a good idea, right?
Right, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so the ladies are gonna go meet their suitors in the catacombs. Let's do Artish's room. Is everybody doing okay? Do we need to take a break or anything?
I'm good.
Doing all right.
Okay, so Artish's rooms, you follow Para's directions. It is very windy. Everything is windy when you live in these big, heavy walled cities. His rooms are small. They're at the very farthest corner of the Enclave's first floor. You cannot name everything you smell in here, except it's gross. There's a lot of components being used. You can make an investigation check.
Ooh, 22.
Okay.
7.
So
1.
you find papers all over his desk with diagrams of some kind of a ritual. And if you make an Arcana check, you might be able to figure out what kind. You also find a sandbox under the bed, like a litter box, and a cat dish.
Fishy, fishy, fishy. Here's a fish. Looking for a kitty cat.
We still have that catnip bone.
You look around in this
Iris
room, and
had it, I believe.
there's not a cat in this room.
Okay.
You also you find another set of notes that seem to be for a magic item. It's something kind of circular. It seems like it's a collar.
Oh.
Did you want to make an Arcana check to see if you can kind of figure out what type of ritual this is?
I'm guessing it's a god resurrection ritual, but I rolled pretty badly. 13.
I got 15.
All right, 15, I'll give it to you. It is indeed some sort of resurrection spell that has been modified. You can tell this if you're a magic user that this you're not a wizard, so maybe it's not top of your head, but this spell has been kind of mucked around with in a couple of different ways. You don't know enough to know exactly how and how it's working. Also, I didn't write that down. But someone on the bottom sheet, someone has written belief equals strength, desire equals belief.
Interesting. So a circular thing that's a collar. Let's look at that tablet again. What you said that there was something that was missing that goes with
the tablet seems like it goes with something, and you had a good idea that the lion should sit on the tablet, but the lion doesn't fit on that tablet. But you also know there's two lions.
Yeah, 2 lions. So maybe there's another one of these.
How big's the collar thing?
It's a drawing, so it's a little hard to tell. But it isn't ornamented if it were a necklace or a bracelet, you'd feel like it would have decorations. So on the drawing, it's like this big.
But you need scale on your scientific drawings.
Or it's just a little sloppy.
Did not someone's? I remember at the beginning, someone said that someone stole something from Bashir. His son stole something from him. Maybe it is the other lion.
Okay, we jump down to the catacombs.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about what you want to do next? Okay, so you guys going down together? Or are you trying to give each other space?
Maybe we walk there together, and then once we get there, we're like, oh, this is awkward. We should spread out a little bit.
Nancy is waiting at the foot of the stairs. There is a map of the catacombs, placed in such a way that it is quite easy for you to spot, because everybody needs to know where their ancestors are. So you come down where the stairs are there. And Nancy is kind of like, what do you think?
Perhaps you can show me around here a little bit.
So you guys gonna go walking for a little?
Yeah, find a little corner where it's quiet.
It's gonna be like, good luck.
So they'll head. You guys can go into down through Dardendrian and into the Shestendiliath catacombs. You're probably not looking at the decoration, I'm guessing. But I can.
Part of me is because oh, this is fascinating, and then I'm like, wait a minute, that's not why I'm down here.
She's as much as Nancy is sort of into the spooky. So she's kind of enjoying watching you look at the decorations. So there's you see there in the Shestendiliath, she points out to you, there's a frieze of the Dragonborn over all the ossuaries that has mountains that waft smoke, punctuated by dragon. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. They're pouring over scrolls and things. They're in the center of what looks like a mountain that's melting, and this is the recovery of the bite of frigid Maroth, which is the tooth of a titan that the clan reclaimed, which radiates an endless cold. She says, we still have it. We use it to hold grocery shipments now.
Oh, that's a great use. Have you so you've seen it in person? I mean, in Dragonborn?
She's kind of gonna give you a little look, and then she's gonna smooch you. However that works, since you don't have lips, but we're not gonna worry about that.
Dragonborn kisses.
Jaw frills, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Para, you and Vanek, he's like, I don't particularly want to go in the Verthis of Thurgash.
Well, we can look at Para's family.
But yeah, you guys actually, the way they're positioned, you can walk through Verthis of Thurgash into Kanjan Telekor. As you do that, actually, let me see. Make me just real quick. Roll a 20.
Okay. 15.
Okay. It's you don't run into anybody. Probably good. Okay. In the Canton Telecor, there is one stone sarcophagus in the center of this room. That is probably where the patriarch is right now. Fresh bodies go in the sarcophagus. Later, you get bundled into an ossuary in the wall. Above the ossuaries, the walls here are decorated with mountains that waft smoke, punctuated by a Dragonborn in robes linked by a spiderweb of blue lines. It commemorates the 10 elders who first accessed the remains of the weave when the Biomniri came to Toril.
If you're gonna make out in front of your ancestor, do them proud. That's all.
It's so weird, and it's not weird for them. So Vanek kind of looks at it, and then he looks at the door, and he's like, "What's over there?" And he's kind of nodding at the next room, which is the Thricomanari room.
I mean, we could go in there. There's no reason not to. So
this room is for clanless, Dragonborn, or humans, or if somebody just dies here and they got to figure out what to do with the body, this is where they put them. This one has. Sorry. So there's 3 sarcophaguses kind of crammed in there at the end of the room. There's not a lot of decoration, but there are kind of ossuaries that are all very clearly labeled. There's also a bloody, torn body of a Dragonborn woman lying on the floor.
I hate when that happens.
That is Prexigandalin Partida.
Such a mood killer.
And it's like, whoa! Make a perception check for me.
Okay. That is 17.
You notice the sarcophagus that's on the left side is like slightly ajar. You can make a perception check. Actually, you know what? You also notice it smells like cat pee in here again. And you notice that she's kind of curled around something that she's kind of holding. And if you want to search her body, you can.
Yeah. Well, what she's going to do is, if he'll let her, she's going to take like Vanek's hand and be like, "You said you liked adventure. Like, I think there is one with my family. So do you want to like stay and help?"
Yes, I do.
So then she'll investigate. 19.
19. Okay. Excellent investigation. You managed to sort of get the thing out of her hand that she's curled around. She's not stiff yet.
Oh.
You also go through her pocket and you find another clay tablet. This one is we did a peculiar item first.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a strange object.
Gotcha. And I bet they match each other with the feet.
And it goes, oh, that's the same kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and we found, and she's going to show him the line. We found one of these, and it didn't, and she's going to like try to put it on this clay tablet. And I assume this one doesn't fit.
It's not fit.
And she's like, and that one didn't either. So they're swapped. There's 2, and this. So we gotta get back to my friends.
Okay.
And as she goes out, she's gonna like yell through the catacombs, Iris.
Iris, you're gonna leave.
Can I hear her?
Yeah, you're not far away. You're just like 2 rooms over. I mean, it depends. How much are you and Nancy like?
I mean, I can probably hear her. So I'm gonna like wait a second, and then if she yells a couple of times, I'm gonna be like, oh. Okay, I think this probably might have something to do with your teacher.
Oh.
I mean, we could stay here, but we could also go check it out and then come back here later. Let's do that. Okay.
Okay. So you're gonna show her Revita. Okay. So I'm gonna jump back real quick. So you guys were in Artishusk's room. What are you gonna do? You're gonna go find the ladies? You're gonna go
I'm
mash a kitty magnet on somebody?
I did want to look under the bed, see if the cat's there, but
Okay. You look under the bed. There is no cat. There is sand scattered. Clearly, this cat was kicking out of the litter box.
You said that the smell on the body was peculiar cat pee smell. Is the same?
No, sorry. There is definitely cat pee on the body in the catacombs.
Yeah.
And then Artish's body smelled like cat pee, but also the fish.
Oh, I see. I got you. Okay. Yeah. I only got an hour on this invisibility, so I want to keep it going as long as I can.
All right. Halcyon,
And-
Vandith.
Vandeth was telling Harsham that he'd love to take him some time to Dragon Con. That's where the Dragonborn of the continent gather to celebrate, mythical heroes and stuff like that. And so yeah, but then I guess he sees people like leaving and stuff. He's like, I guess we should go with them.
I guess Halcyon would like to go over to the room one more time to look for any items that don't particularly belong there, or if there's anything that has like a blood stain or something, like tears, unnatural tears.
Nope. Does not seem like anything untoward happened in here, but someone did clear out. Like you suspect that the stuff you found with Artishus was him packing fast for a trip. There is cat hair to go along with the litter box and the food. There was definitely a cat in here.
Well,
We'll
I collect
that-
a sample of that cat hair.
Okay. Take it back to the lab.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. And you're heading, are you guys going to head down to the catacombs, or are you going to go?
I want to.
Okay.
What color was the cat hair?
Gray.
Gray. Okay.
All right. So I'm going to say you guys go down the catacombs, you find each other, go back to the Thrakopanaki room. Kara, are you going to point out the sarcophagus?
Yes.
The sarcophagus is very heavy to move, but you can make it check together.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if it's very heavy, I'll be like,
Yeah, maybe
I'm very strong.
Go for it.
sure of the Green Archer Regiment can take this.
Yes. Very strong. Okay. 19 plus 2 plus 3, so 22.
All right. So
Hmm.
you guys all get ready to do this together, and then Vanda's just like, "Rah!" and moves it off.
And then he looks over to him, see if Harusham is impressed,
You know what? You guys have a connection. I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So what you see in the sarcophagus is not some wanderer or some dragonborn outcast. You see the body of a woman who she's very beautiful. She's very muscular. She seems really tall. She's kind of crunched in there. She has very long black hair. Like it's just kind of wound all through there. And she doesn't look like she's been dead for very long at all. The expression on her face seems in one moment to be peaceful, and in the next to be kind of salacious. In the next, she seems terrifyingly angry, and you kind of want to run. But the longer you look at her, the more you can't quite tell what it is. And the other thing that is in the sarcophagus is a gray kitten that is curled up under her neck.
Oh,
That's the cat.
Yeah, the same color gray as the cat hair they found.
How'd you take
look! I collected a sample.
It does have a collar.
Oh,
The collar
Does it say Schrodinger on the name tag?
Technically, the cat, it's not come up, but the cat is called Shijaski, which means shadow.
Definitely detecting magic in there.
Mhm.
So,
Actually, the whole thing is kind of radiating, but you can tell the collar in particular too.
Okay. I'll
Um,
tell-
Para's going to say that in the diary, when they said they found the goddess, like they said like human, but like bigger and golden skin and like time to freak out.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that I'm gonna pull out my dagger and then just like get ready, be in like a ready position for anything to happen.
Oh my God. Hypothesis. They tried to resurrect the goddess, but she was buried with the cat, and they resurrected the cat instead, and only resurrected the goddess partly.
So
That seems
while
horrifying.
You're talking, the cat kind of wakes up and looks around and sees you. And
Doesn't see me.
you're right, it doesn't see Crow. And it bolts. It starts running.
Can I make a grab at it?
Sure, make a dex check.
Yeah, maybe with advantage because it can't see me.
That's fair.
Okay, so 9 won't do it,
No.
and 3 won't do it.
No. Did you touch the collar when you grabbed it?
Doubt it.
Okay. You just miss it.
Yeah, I mean, unless it'd be more interesting if I touched it.
It scratches you if you touch it.
Oh.
Well, I mean, so can Parrot like also grab?
You can grab it.
Okay.
If that doesn't work, I want to try to tempt it with food and
17.
animal handling.
Okay, 17. You managed to grab the kitten.
Because I could breathe acid on it. Oh no, okay.
No, Vanda.
You grab the kitten. It's right. And do you touch the collar? It doesn't. You're just like, no, of course I don't.
Well, I mean, I would think so, because if you're gonna get a cat and like you probably want to scruff it, and so she would be in the collar region.
The cat whack gets you for 6.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
And then the cat disappears and reappears on the floor.
It is your cat.
And in trying to get away from you, it has cornered itself basically. And what happens then is you hear a voice ringing in your heads. It says, "Kure injiju nhukuru," and all of a sudden, these 2 huge winged lions appear in front of you.
Oh my God.
Between you and the cat. And the little cat is all puffed up. And then you hear a different voice in your head. And it says, sorry.
In heaven and on earth, I shall roar like a lion and devastate the people.
Allison doesn't know whether to roll initiative or just laugh.
So you can roll initiative, and then you can decide what you want to do on your turns. So
All right.
Go for it. Roll initiative.
$13.
Let's see what my
Pear is 9. Obviously, the scratch was.
It's like, oh my God, what?
9.
17 for Henson.
All right, Henson.
Yeah.
I just rolled a 2.
Oh no!
Well, actually a 3, but my initiative is -1. So.
Oh.
And I missed Vandeth and Kurum's.
19.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Okay, and Kurum, what was yours?
Oh, that was 9.
Okay.
We swapped. Usually you get the good one.
Not Sturge anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me make sure she doesn't have to say anything before you start. Nope. Okay. All right, Vandeth, what do you want to do?
Well, he was going to breathe acid at it, but then everyone seemed like, no, don't do that. So it's like, and he figured if nothing else, like Henson could probably make a pretty good meal out of it. But so he will instead cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
and he will say,
What does that mean?
whatever will work best. I don't know. It means we mean you no harm unless you mean us harm. Do not declare yourself an enemy of the Dragonborn. It goes well for no one. And Enlil would be most displeased. What is your
good one?
what do you what is your need, cat?
The cat, you thought the kitten was puffed up before it gets puffed up.
And says, it didn't go well for those other ones. So right now you're 0 for 3. Tell me about him, though. Just put your nose to the ground and rub your lips in the dust.
And then
that doesn't sound. I tell the other people. I tell the guys here. It's like, this cat is rude and thinks it better than us. And seems to think. I think it killed the other 3. Is what I'm hearing. Did you kill the other 3? Is that correct?
No, not all of them.
Not all of them.
Wait a minute, we're fighting.
Halcyon, what would you like to do? There are 2 winged lions that look very prepared to pounce on you. However, I will note neither of them have attacked you yet.
So, but they both noticed me, right?
Oh yeah,
Okay. Well, I guess
they're sizing you up, looking for weak spots.
Haha! But I have none, so joke's on them. Okay. So because he's an assassin, he gets advantage on attack rolls against any creature that hasn't taken a turn in combat yet. So I think he would seize the advantage and go after the winged lion that is closer to more of his friends.
Okay, I'm gonna say that this one. Go ahead and make your attack.
Strikes at it with a short bow. And does a 17 hit?
It does.
Sweet. Ugh, 5 damage. I rolled a 1.
Okay.
Oh, but I get sneak attack on it, right? Because I have advantage against it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be plus 10.
This is gonna go so well.
Yep. Really, definitely not a bad choice here. Okay. That is Para and Kurum, you both had 9s. Which of you is Dexier? Or who wants to go first?
I don't want to go first.
Okay, Para.
Well, Halcyon was just attacking the lions, but Para's still like, I'm sorry, goddess. What my family did that wasn't right, and I disagree. And if there's something we can do to make it right, then you should tell us. Sorry.
So
you don't have to kill us too.
The kitten has been like pacing back and forth, like clearly kind of getting wound up. When you say that, she stops and she looks at you.
Says, you are a spearjaw too. You belong to the man who took me.
I knew nothing about it. The rest of our family didn't know anything about that. It was that they did it. So we'll definitely help you. And my friends too, right?
Yeah, you guys siding with Para here?
Yeah.
I don't want to hurt a cat goddess, so definitely yes.
Yeah, no.
Halcyon.
Hey, look like
Okay.
a threat to my friends. He just responds the way that he's trained to.
That's fair. As long as you're not like, okay, but no, I want to kill.
And I will crush anyone who declares himself an enemy of the Dragonborn. But
She kind of sits down. She goes,
Give me back my avatar.
So
make a religion check.
Okay.
Anybody who wants to.
Ooh.
11.
11.
Oh,
You sound-
man.
20.
12.
Did you say
Huh.
20?
But that's probably a -1.
But it's
Okay. Karam,
15.
Yeah.
since you remember
11.
you remember the old
14.
stories. Okay. So Karam, you remember the old stories. The gods of Unther came over from some other place and took human forms, their avatars, and these were what were slain. The thing in the box is the avatar. Gods don't do that. Like Enlil doesn't have an avatar. You don't know how to do that.
So invisibly on his turn, he is at the avatar and like checking for a pulse.
Is dead.
Cold, slain.
It is not seem to be marked as though like it were injured. It seems intact. But it is there is no sign of life in this.
How long does it appear to have been dead?
It doesn't appear to have been dead very long at all.
Okay.
You do get the sense that it is magically preserved by the nature of what it is.
I could attempt to cure wounds on it, but I don't think that would help if it's dead. Is it mostly dead? Or is it
Do you have any?
All right. I'm going to suggest we have these 2 plaques and 2 figurines. I wonder if that would have something to do with the avatar.
Are you going to say this out loud?
Yes.
Whoa.
Actually, let's be fair. I feel like Inanna can probably see through your invisibility.
Probably, yeah.
Says, no, those are tool. Those are not. Those were. What are you doing over there?
I'm looking at the avatar's body.
Do what you did with Enlil. He came back, and you're all just fine with it. Doesn't get to decide for me. Why does he get to have an avatar?
Why are you a cat?
Because they did that horrible spell. That man tried to bring me back. It is disgraceful, and it didn't work. It went not into my avatar. It went into this.
You need to be transferred from the cat to that body.
Yes, so do it.
If we put you in, like, feed you down into it, maybe?
No.
Would that work?
Wait,
That is disgraceful. I am the queen of heaven. Knock it off.
Because of your collar?
This hateful thing.
Can we take it off?
If you try to turn it on, I will hurt you. I am tiny, but I am fierce.
I won't turn it on. Can I turn it off?
It is not active. And she tells you that they put this on her and they tried to activate it so that she would be under their control. She says that man did it with a spear jaw. I killed him. I made him follow his passions, which made me stronger so I could escape. And this one tried the same thing. She pretended to be helpful and she tried to turn it on and do the same thing. So I killed her too.
What does the collar do?
Control.
It will trap me.
Okay, huddle, guys. I mean, I don't understand why we would release Inanna if I mean, not all gods are good, no more than all dragons are good.
But she's war and love. There's not all evil there.
Well, but what can you ask Enlil like for guidance?
I could, but given what I know of their history, I do not think that he would be very keen on Rooster. But maybe I cannot speak for the god. I can seek his guidance.
Yeah, I think you should find out what he says.
Okay.
Okay.
Before you do that,
yeah.
let's consider we have the directions for the ritual upstairs. So maybe we could run the ritual in reverse or horizontally so that it goes instead of from whatever she was in before.
I don't like that idea. Like somebody already messed with that spell and then we don't know like much about it and that seems bad.
Oh, I can detect good and evil. Do I detect her as a good or an evil celestial type being at all? Do I detect like a nature?
It occurs to me I should look at the canon answer here.
Well, I guess while Aaron's looking it up, Hallison's got his bow like still up and trained on one of those lions, but he's not firing anymore or making more like aggressive moves. And he says, I believe that based on the circumstances, it sounds like she was defending herself.
All right. I don't like the canon answer, so I'm going to change it. Because I think it is based on a deeply flawed exploration of this goddess. You get the sense that if she probably falls somewhere sort of neutral, but that she is not someone who acts in the case of like trying to make things worse. Where Enlil, and you could theoretically ask Harasham this, that where Enlil is about law and order and sort of structure, Inanna is about the sort of the passions that drive us.
Well, I love her.
For good things or maybe not always good choices.
So I want to say, as a human surrounded by all this amorousness and having no outlet for it, when Kurum looks into this grave and sees this basically goddess of love asleep, he probably falls in love. He's like,
or in lust, at least.
I want to help.
This is a good sign for us.
I will also tell you
appearing.
that what you guys know about religion, you probably fill a cup, but insofar as Enlil and how Enlil came to be the god of Tymanther, Enlil anchored himself upon a chosen. Whereas before the gods anchored themselves in avatars, in this case, the sort of the spark of that deity was placed into a true believer, and that helped the god sort of manifest and continue to grow stronger. She clearly does not know that's a thing.
I believe. I'm sorry.
Can we give her a new form? I mean, does it have to be this same body?
You don't know how to do that.
She really wants you to fix this avatar thing, and you gotta admit you don't actually know if that's gonna work.
I got it.
Well, if she needs a person, then maybe we should find her a person?
A volunteer, perhaps.
You need to find a true believer.
You suggest she should have a chosen?
I'm going to ask Harasham what he thinks. He knows much of these ancient history.
He's like, oh, my dreams are coming true. Yeah, he says to her, Enlil doesn't have an avatar, ma'am. He has a chosen. Dumuzi, Temeshmot Dumuzi is the chosen of Enlil. And she's kind of looks at him and he explains what that means. And she says,
You say chosen, it sounds like you mean owner. I am not a slave, I am not a pet, I am the queen of heaven, I am the keeper of the flame. I am the goddess of fearsome divine powers, glad in terror and dread and blood.
Oh my god, can I put down my bow and just like scratch her ear?
So cute.
She's like, you're a kitten, honey.
She says, I am lost. I am lost. That vile man who held nothing sacred in his heart, who had no fire but for power, he pulled me back. That is the worship I am left to. This world isn't what it was and what it was. I was never meant for. Came to save my children, but so did Inanna become tamed and broken.
What are your children?
Iris.
The Untherans.
I think you're thinking.
Oh, what?
What? Are you going to cat magnet her? What?
Oh, I could.
Oh, I don't know. I was just throwing something random
What
out
are
there.
you thinking, Kurum?
I mean, if
a chosen. She's a cat.
Oh, I don't think I'm worthy of that.
Wait, it can be one of you. That's it?
We just fought a war against the Untherans, and then we're going to release a god who wants to help them. I'm not sure.
Kurum is Untheran.
Okay, well, I don't know. So I guess Kurum. Good.
So, like, there's some lines here where she talks about wanting to rip Gilgame to shreds. She doesn't like that guy either. So maybe you tell her this war thing, and she's like, "Oh yeah, f that guy."
Okay, that would make me feel
He
better.
wants to go, pee on his jabbering head.
I agree. Okay, I like her better now.
She like looks at all of you. She's like, I can feel the fire in you. You could do it.
Okay, so now we see who has the most hearts across the board.
Oh my god. You know what I was hoping secretly? Like
What?
there would just be this new option on the chart unlocked, like another column appears and it's
What?
her.
Well, so looking across the board, I will say Henson seems to have the most hearts spread amongst the most people. So she looks at you and she says, You understand. If you destroy Lahar, so he may not destroy me, then I will choose you and I will give my services to your people.
Where did Lahar come from?
Oh, he tried to turn that collar on. I will not let him do it without a fight. My steeds still come for me. I have power. If you reject me, I will still be strong enough to fight him off.
So,
Scratch
you
her
know,
ear
did
again.
you kill Artishisk? You said you killed the Bashir and Pravita,
I
but
did not.
was it Lahar?
Oh yes. He also killed the other searcher, Parvita's friend.
you did not find that body.
Artishisk was trying to turn it off and get it off of me.
Oh. Well, how do you feel about that, Para? About killing Lahore?
But he killed other people, and Anna was just killing the people who were trying to trap her, and it sounds like somebody else should decide. I don't want to.
And Nana kind of looks around and she says,
Enlil is in this city. He is all around, I can tell. I will submit if you give him to Enlil and Enlil's rules, then that will count. You need not rip his entrails from his body and scatter them as an offering upon the sands. I will accept jail.
House on size a little.
That sounds like Henson. This is pretty on your shoulders there, buddy.
Well, I follow in later already.
What is
But
that?
it's one of the human deities I thought was kind of cool. But I kind of like what you stand for a lot as well. Love and passion. Because you mentioned, Aaron, earlier that Dragonborn kind of hop between different gods, and it's like we'll use Enlil for now.
to be a chosen is a little bit more of a thing, but you do know enough about what happened before to know that if you accept Anana, who is also looking for your consent here, like props to both of these Untherans gods, they are not just choosing you and saying that's that.
Yes.
But you will be able to shape her. You will end up shaping her as a god a little bit. So
Perfect.
there is a very excellent chance that she also becomes a goddess of, gluttony.
Yes, that's actually how I play this goddess in another campaign.
Oh,
So,
really?
yes.
Oh, interesting.
I love it!
Okay, so it's kind of all related with the same character. Like my deity is Sharess in another campaign.
Oh, nice.
That's pretty much the same guy as this, and really into cats and gluttony. So I'll need to sit down and do some sort of a ritual ceremony and speak with Elmater and make this clear that I don't mean this is an affront to him. Otherwise, he's a good god. I don't think he'd have a vendetta against me, but I want to leave as nice as possible. And then I tell her, and I'll tell him, like, one of the reasons I want to do this is to alleviate suffering for the Dragonborn people.
Nice.
I'm not going to I'm not going to be able to do as much to heal suffering if I have a Faerunian deity such as Ilmater. But if I take an Untheran, they're very already involved with the Dragonborn. So I think if I take her, and I could be a good chosen for her. And it's kind of always been my dream as a player of D&D to be a chosen, so I think I have to say it.
All right.
And Iris knows magic. She can move the collar, yes?
I have dispel magic. If that would, if I could cast that on the collar to remove it safely, I don't know.
Let's say that you guys working together figure out how to disarm the collar and get it off of her.
Okay.
What would happen if I put that on Zither or whatever?
You stick it in your pocket for later.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are planning to handle Lahar. What do you guys want to do? You're just gonna go up there and kill him?
Hallison pulls out a dagger.
Be handed over
Doesn't say
to
anything.
Enlil,
Yeah.
the priest or whatever.
Maybe we bring the chosen of Enlil to him.
He is in Djerad Kethendi. But you, I think you would be aware that you can go to the adjudicators, and the adjudicators will carry out the laws, which is kind of insofar as you're going to throw somebody in jail, that is really what you're going to do.
On what basis would we? This cat claims.
Well,
we should have her the chosen first, and then go take care of Lahar.
I mean,
Oh,
can we get evidence of Lahar's crimes? Is there any evidence?
you have some evidence that you can kind of piece together. There is the evidence that there was this control collar happening, that Artishus was trying to end it. You can tell that he's been looking for something.
And if we
find the dagger that killed Artishus, but let's say you could go back and track it down.
Well, I was going to say we should maybe toss the room again.
Oh, look, you found a dagger.
Oh wow!
So if I, as a representative of Enlil, were to take him before the adjudicators, I can cast Zone of Truth. I'd question him before them.
There you go.
With the evidence that we have.
So let's say you go up to the adjudicators, because I also made a small error and I forgot to include the second Idle Champions added NPC. So I'll just introduce her real quick. There is a kind of slim, silver-scaled Dragonborn. She has open Shalagier piercings on her neck. She is leaning over the sort of desk of the adjudicators and saying, "No, listen, you have to let him out. He owes me money." And this is Days, who you guys have met before. She's from the Homesteads. She should have been at the ball field gambling, probably. And you gather talking that she's talking about Zarath. Zarath has been thrown in jail. She looks up, she's like, "What are you guys up to?"
Go to arrest. Ashley! We go to arrest the killer.
Oh, what have you been doing while I've been somewhere? Don't worry about it. It was fun. Okay, so if you're gonna take the adjudicators back down to Kenshin Telcor, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He sees you come in with Kitten, and he says, "Oh, good, you found Sujaski. Give her here."
No.
So you basically, you guys have enough proof that we can kind of jump through this. That the adjudicators take charge of Lahar, cart him off for justice. Your clan is now a little in flux because there is no scion after Lahar. It would be Artishus, and he's dead. So there's going to have to be an Elders Conclave to figure out who is in charge of anything. Good news is, Para, if you want to make a match right now is the time to get away with some stuff.
I think Paris should be the new leader of the clan.
Oh, no.
Also, I realized he has rubbings of the tablets on him, so that's the other thing that's proof. He knew about it.
Ooh.
Okay, so wrap ups. Insofar as your heart charts go, Para, you and Vanek have the most hearts of your options. Do you want to do any little thing with him, or say, and then we ran off together?
Well, I mean, so she might ask him like, so you don't really like, I don't want to stay and like be matriarch. Like, are you cool with that? We should like go and have adventures, right? Like, not stay
That's
here.
the sexiest thing I've ever heard.
Yes.
So, do you want to go to Rashomon?
Oh, nice.
Not the sexiest thing.
So Hera and Vanek run off and have adventures, and occasionally get letters from your clans trying to trick you into come back and having some eggs. You know, but
Sounds
we'll
like
see
a
if you
board.
evade it. Vandeth, you have the most
Aye.
hearts with Hersham.
Yes, and although I've noticed that there is quite the chemistry between him and Henson also, and this adventure has made me very hungry. So I have come to appreciate the value of food, and so I say to Henson, and also if he's going to be the chosen of Inanna, and I am someday going to be the chosen of Enlil, I am certain. And it only makes sense that we've been partners as well. So I offer to Henson that he and I and Hiroshim shall be partners together.
Polycule.
A polycule.
Henson, are you up for a polycule?
I'm interested in forming an alliance with you between Inanna and Enlil, and you and I as their representatives. I think, was it Enlil or Gilgeem that was once married to Inara?
It was Enlil.
Enlil, okay.
You talk to Inanna, you get the feeling that this was sort of a political marriage. This makes sense.
Okay.
And it did not work because they did not get along because they're very different people.
Okay, well, our deities didn't get along, so maybe we can, and our two churches can work together to further the Dragonborn cause.
That is my hope as well.
So you are interested in entering into this column agreement that's going to make all of your elders' heads explode, but you're bringing something valuable to the clan. Okay.
Yes.
So, and then Xyrus, Nancy is the one you have the most hearts with.
Yeah. I think, she's still kind of young too. So I don't know if we want to like commit 100% to each other, but definitely like hang out and explore our magic and stuff. Maybe I can learn about necromancy.
You guys gonna get a cat?
Obviously, we're gonna get a cat.
At least one.
Unused kitty magnet, so you could just like have the pick of the city's cats.
I want to try to convert the two of them as a couple to worship Inanna, because they're such cat people. They should worship my lady.
You could probably succeed, maybe.
Halcyon, I have to ask you, how is your employer going to feel about this event?
I think the employer is torn because on one hand, this polycule has given their house much more power than they ever had before. But on the other hand, it wasn't quite the outcome that they really wanted.
Quick question. Is the Versus to Thurgiash matriarch the one who hired you?
Yes.
You want to tell her?
No, you don't.
I mean, he is a loyal.
Don't be the messenger.
He is a loyal servant. So I think with his head slightly bowed, he would go in and tell her solemnly.
And if you'd like, you can tell her that my duty is now to Inanna, so that if she tells me to make eggs with anybody, I don't really care who. I'll do it. But I'm beyond Dragonborn politics now.
So matriarch Inanna is she's maybe slightly young for a matriarch, but she wears very like colorful gauzy wraps, and she sort of considers you. She said, Are you telling me the goddess of love chose Verthisa Henson as her patron?
Yeah, can you believe it?
Indeed.
I guess
It
it's
is the
because I
truth.
love food. I don't know.
Times.
Yeah, very strange times.
Anne has always told me to watch out for the boy. But I have to say, this is quite a coup for Verthisa
Yes,
Kebesh Molok has their pet god, now we have ours.
that
I'm sure it'll work
is that was my hope. Yes.
So I have
And
not
Nana in your
failed.
head is like, I am not a pet.
No,
No,
I mean, you
not at
did.
all.
but when you fail one way, succeed in another. Verthisa is adaptable. I will take this.
Excellent. I hoped after Mahen's situation and how that was resolved that I could find an
You mean my nephew-in-law,
alternative.
the Vanquisher? Of course.
Yes. That was a beautiful marriage, of course. And I had hoped you would not force me to mate with one I did not wish to mate with. So I'm pleased with this arrangement.
Well, all I wanted was really best for the clan.
Yes.
Again, we get a god. I don't care about the lying with Placian. They're very.
And now you get Vandeth, the
And
the
a god is
conqueror,
working
the
with his
feeder
baby.
of the yes, the scourge of the auxiliary archers of the Untherans.
I'm pretty sure he'll kill anything we ask him to.
They can always be useful.
Yes.
Your slayer.
You? I'll call you again. All right. Kurum, is there anything else you would like to do?
Durham?
Yes. You want to go find a cute Untheran girl and make out with her?
He chose his underdog and saw success for that underdog and never had to shame her sister, her popular sister, and got to take down a bully a peg with a fart tablet. Yeah, he's feeling pretty good. Yeah, he's gonna go enjoy some drinks on the pier with a human of one of the clans and tell him a good story.
You gonna go Kashid? Did you met Kashid?
Not remember Kashid.
Kashid was the wrestler guy.
Oh,
You broing out or are you looking for a date?
yeah, looking for a date.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? One of the girls playing with Hirsham, Zimu, comes to find you.
Yeah.
Grim will be in his bunk.
I just happen to have a basket of strawberries and champagne. And a couple
from the Champagne region of Aglarond. All right.
Champagne.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed playing the Call of Contract Murders. You successfully stopped the destruction of Inanna and figured out who was killing people, and got yourselves some hookups.
Since it's been Ryan's dream, do you want to describe the anointing of yourself as the chosen? Like what's the ritual? What's the experience?
Baptized in honey.
Oh, you want me to describe it? Oh, geez.
Do you want me to describe it?
Do you want Aaron to describe it?
I can make some up.
Yeah, I'd like you to describe it. I'd like to know what a chosen goes through, and I'm taking notes.
All right, so you do your ritual to sort of convey to Ilmater the situation. He seems sad, but he always seems kind of sad.
He's a very sad god. Yes, his nickname is the Crying God. For those who do not know, so he always has tears on his face.
But it's an understanding sadness. Like, and do keep in mind, like, this is a polytheistic society. While the Dragonborn are sort of like, wait, multiples? But you do know from humans that, like, you could still, you and Ilmater can still have a connection.
Yes.
You just, Inanna is your primary partner here. So that's done. And then you kind of wait for something to happen, and like the kitten's just sort of cleaning. And eventually you fall asleep. And you dream of a mountain that seems endless and stepped. It reminds you a little of the pyramid of Djerad Kethendi, but also some other stranger place. The sky is full of lightning storms, but there is a golden fire growing on the horizon. The kitten is next to you. The kitten steps into the fire. When the kitten comes out, for a moment, you see a woman who looks like the avatar lying in the sarcophagus. golden skinned, hair down to her feet, this face that is sort of beautiful and terrifying. You blink, and instead what you see is a Dragonborn woman who is covered in golden scales, who wears black armor, and forgot Nana's weapon. She's carrying a weapon.
Axe. I think.
That sounds right. An axe. She has a shield that has a golden lion on it, but it flickers again and it turns into a gray cat.
Ooh.
That seems like it's holding a sausage roll, maybe.
Nice. I will gladly consume that sausage roll.
So she walks up and she puts her clawed hand on your forehead, and you feel this rush of just emotion through you. It feels like when you see your crush. It feels like when you suddenly realize you have completely forgotten to do something very important. It feels like that feeling right before you are almost in a car accident, but you're not. So this terror and this relief at the same time. It is just this huge feeling that goes through you all the way down to the beds of your fingernails. And then she sort of steps back and she looks pleased. And then you get the feeling just after that, chasing it, of when you bite into just perfect sausage roll. And when you wake up, the kitten is gone, but you can feel the fire of Inanna in the back of your mind, and you know that she is there, connected to you.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, nice.
That was pretty cool.
Guys, enjoyed this. Please make a donation to Extra Life. We will be going until midnight. We are looking to raise $5,000. And I haven't seen the counter, but I think we're doing okay. But remember, this is for Children's Miracle Network. It is to help raise money to help kids in need, which is especially tough right now with COVID-19. Everything is a little more complicated. People are having a little harder time making ends meet. So anything you can give helps, even if it's just $1. But hope you enjoyed this. The next game coming around is our Westgate Irregulars Mega Adventure. So we'll have a little break here to reset, to kind of get our tech in order. Once again, I want to say a big thank you to our donors, Ryan and Megan. Cyrus and Henson were wonderful to play with, and I hope you had a lot of fun.
That's cool.
But okay.
All right. Bye.
See you in a bit.
Take care.
Thank you.